अपनी कश्मीर की यादें ताज़ा करता हूँ। मेरी इस शॉर्ट स्टोरी अफसाने का नाम है स्पीड ब्रेकर। स्पीड ब्रेकर, रोड पर जो स्पीड ब्रेकर होता है कि रफ्तार अपने धीमी कर दी। ये कश्मीरी में मैंने लिखा, लेकिन हमें कहा गया कि यहाँ पर इसमें आपको या तो हिंदी में सुनाना या तो इंग्लिश में। मैंने थोड़ा सा इसमें मतलब वो भाव तो नहीं रहता है, लेकिन कोशिश की कि इसमें वो भाव रहे, तो हिंदी में आपको सुना रहा हूँ। बसंत का सुहावना मौसम शुरू हो चुका था। पेड़ पौधों पर नए नए अंकुर फूट रहे थे। खेल खुले मैदानों में चारों ओर हरी भरी घास की परत दिखाई दे रही थी। ये खूबसूरत नजारे देखने वाले व्यक्ति में अंदर से एक किस्म की ताजगी पैदा करती थी। करते पथ पर वाले भी अपनी गाय बकरियों को घास चराने के लिए मैदानों की ओर ले जाना शुरू करेंगे। मुझे अपने बचपन की वो दिन याद आए जब मैं दूर शहर में रहने से पहले यहाँ रहकर सुबह शाम घूमता फिरता था। मैं यहाँ चारों ओर देखकर अपनी यादों में खो गया और सोच रहा था कि कितना हसीन और दिलकश है ये मेरा अपना इलाका। हाँ, एक बात जरूर है कि मेरे बचपन में मेरे इस इलाके तक इतनी अच्छी सड़क नहीं थी, परंतु आज मैं खुश हूँ। खुश इसलिए भी हूं क्योंकि मैं यहाँ अपनी गाड़ी से बराबर दूध की प्याली की तरह यहाँ तक पहुंचा। न कोई झटका, न कोई परेशानी। मैं बिना किसी परेशानी के अपने गांवों के इलाके तक पहुंच सका। इन्हीं ख्यालों में खो गया था कि अचानक मुझे किसी ने पीछे से आवाज दी। हाँ जी भट्ट साहब, आपकी छाया को पहचान कर मैं समझ गया। ये तो आप ही होंगे, मेरे बचपन के दोस्त। मैं एकदम अपने ख्यालों से बाहर आ गया। मैंने पीछे मुड़कर देखा कि ये मेरे एक बचपन का दोस्त और मेरा सहपाठी मुझे नजदीक से देख रहा था। मैं भी कुछ पल उसकी ओर देख रहा था। फिर एक कदम बढ़कर उसने मुझे बड़ी जोर से गले लगाया। गुलाम मोहम्मद, सच मानो मैं तो पहचान नहीं पाया कि ये वही गुलाम मोहम्मद है जो मेरे साथ उठता बैठता था। लेकिन आपकी आवाज मेरे दिल में उकेरी हुई थी, जो कभी भी मिटने वाली नहीं थी। आपकी आवाज को मैंने एकदम पहचान लिया। मैंने उसको जोर से गले लगाकर कहा, चलो, भगवान को शायद यही मंजूर था, मगर कहते हैं ना, देर आयत दुरुस्त आयत। मतलब ये थोड़ा सा फारसी वर्ड है, देर आयत, मतलब जो देर से सही भला सही वही दुरुस्त आयत। गुलाम मोहम्मद मेरी तरफ देखकर यह कह रहा था, मैं भी कल बहुत अच्छी तरह से इस सड़क के रास्ते यहाँ पहुंचा। बहुत बढ़िया बनी है ये सड़क। बहुत सारी तरक्की हुई है। बहुत सा बदलाव नजर आ रहा है। मैं अपने नजरें दाएं बाएं हर तरफ दौड़ा रहा था। मुझे यकीन नहीं हो रहा था कि ये वही इलाका है जो मैंने बचपन में छोड़ा था। हाँ, क्या बताऊं, जब सड़क से वह ऊंचा स्पीड ब्रेकर को हटाया गया, तभी तो आप बिल्कुल मक्खन की तरह बनी हुई इस सड़क पर आराम से यहां पहुंच गए। न कोई झटका, न कोई खतरा। अब वो स्पीड ब्रेकर नहीं है, वरना यहां पर बहुत सारे हादसे हो जाते थे सड़क का इस्तेमाल करने वालों। गुलाम मोहम्मद को मैं बात समझाते हुए कहा, बिल्कुल सही कहा, कह रहे हो आप। बहुत सारे हादसे हुए इस स्पीड ब्रेकर के कारण। भगवान जाने किसने अचानक रातों रात बीच सड़क पर यह खड़ा किया था। उन लोगों को क्या फायदा था जब यहाँ पर सब लोग अपनी जिंदगी की गाड़ी मजे से चला रहे थे, कानून पर अमल करते थे, लेकिन मुझे वह स्पीड ब्रेकर आज भी याद है, और उसके इस्तेमाल को याद कर मेरी रूह कांप जाती थी। बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हो भट्ट साहब। उस समय गाड़ी चलाने वाले को जब तक उसका पता लग जाता, तब तक स्पीड ब्रेकर के कारण से दुर्घटना घट चुकी होती थी। मैं उस स्पीड ब्रेकर को याद करके लंबी सांस छोड़कर उससे बातों उसके समक्ष बोल रहा था। वह मुझसे बड़ी खुशी से बात कर रही थी। मैं उसकी बातों से सहमत था और अपना सिर हिला हिला कर उनकी बातों को अपनी सहमति दे रहा था। मैंने कहा, चलो, अंत भला तो सब भला। जो नुकसान होना था वो तो हो गया है, उसकी भरपाई कभी नहीं हो सकती है। भगवान ही जानता है आखिरकार ये स्पीड ब्रेकर किसने और किस लिए खड़ा करके रखा था। वह भी फायदे के बदले नुकसान ही नुकसान, बनाने वाले के लिए भी और वाहन चलाने वालों के लिए भी। गुलाम मोहम्मद बहुत ही मायूसी के साथ ये बात मुझे कह रहे थे। मैंने बड़ी खुशी से कहा, गुलाम मोहम्मद, आपने एक बात सही कही, अंत भला तो सब भला। हमारी मुलाकात में जो एक स्पीड ब्रेकर की दीवार बनी हुई थी, आखिरकार वो हट गई। हो ना हो, अब हमारी जिंदगी की गाड़ी भी बड़ी रफ्तार से चलेगी। हम ऊपर वाले से प्रार्थना करते हैं कि आगे इस किस्म की कोई स्पीड ब्रेकर हमारी दरमियान कभी ना खड़ा हो। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
सचमुच एक लघु कथा, और हम भी यही उम्मीद करते हैं कि किसी के जीवन में और सड़कों पर स्पीड ब्रेकर ना आए। धन्यवाद महाराज कृष्ण भट्ट जी। May I now request Shri Arshad Batheri, who hails from Sultan Batheri in Wayanad district, Kerala, to read his story. He has written several works, including Mari Chavar Rakula, Jivantam, Taxi Driverum, Kamu Q. He has also directed the documentary God the Man and has scripted a Malayalam feature film as well. He is the recipient of the Swami Vivekanand Literary Award of Kerala government. Aye.
Good morning. The story name, The Buffalo. Like death, it entered the room, stealthy and quiet. He looked at the figure that lay stretched out inside the mosquito net. The one who has been weeding out his kind, Hyder, mastering all the strength of the protest. He charged on top of Hyder and ragged. Hyder, red eyes bugged out in the dog's pain that crushed his inside. He saw the beast glaring fiercely at him as he struggled to breathe. How many of us have you started, my children, my family, friends? You killed them all and turns them into the meat. The piled up fury in his eyes caught fire. They were embraced. Defenseless Hyder pleaded the beast. Please don't do anything. Please don't do anything. In the midst of the pain and cries, Hyder woke up in the frenzy. The room was full of light. Restless, he got out of the bed. He paced about the room, rubbing his hair on chest. Those eyes that wouldn't be controlled, reached over to the photograph of his late father hang on the wall. My son, don't worry. Has had several of these dreams. If has had paid heed to all that value would have been of us. Don't you worry. Be sleeping now. You had got work in the morning. The, the words stepped down toward Hyder from the stills of things. Did you just write to me, father? Hyder stood himself from finger and tooth and quietly close to Maimuna, who knew nothing of the real conflicts inside him. Hyder started at the crimson stacks in the sky has waxed. Morning light almost iced, tumbling down the narrow lane that led to the slow ground. There, rightest to a dream strums the destined bison. Hyder neither creates runs. Have you given have you given him water? While he made this brisk inquiry, he held his nervous rights up. The desire of the one to obliterate the other rushed through veins. Eyes turns bloodshot. He and his fellow struck down the bisons. Its limbs fastened in its futile attempt to rise back again. It fine and the fatty neck fume spurted out of its mouth. The tight apt limbs struggling with a ropes that felt them, getting teared in the actively as him di- directed his fellows who cocked its knife to hold it right. All the waste sting on Hyder's sandy body. The writhing health in the toy ran right in his head. He brought the knife close to the tooth. The breed's eyes fell on Hyder before the moved up rating stills. An incomprehensible look, a mind breeze wide about the dark leaves and grooves on the tree top. Birds there, tem- tempest wings spread spread on in on the sky above rising ricks. The knife cut keep down the throat. The bison, convulsed in pain, done and peace, gaped out to the horrified at the very instant. Oh my God! Screaming, Hyder collapsed, against which a tree branch, then with a crack, the sprinkled water on his unconscious face. His eyes that now moved were clouded in by the sight of the lifeless beast. Hiding his face, he sobbed. I can't bear the sight of its eyes. Hyder, do you want to anything to drink? They asked him anxiously. He walked his feet, unable to feel the ground. The surface thick feet dying out of from all the surface. Sticking mind looked out for an anger. From the tree, hollow cried an ancient bird. What is that bird? I have never heard that one before. Hyder walked on, rubbing away his patched throat, asking mindlessly, plucked a shoot of the shimak tree that stood back over the lane. He saw the bend it is throat cut mid run run toward him. Hyder struck out his knife and the urinous dark that Louis before him. Similar to the expression, oh God, Yunus against the Mapla community. Lion bathed in sword. The narrow road that steady between Hyder and him seemed an indestructible maze. My God, Nair, am I sure I don't know anything? The instant words that slipped humble down the chest that was thickened with pity and fear. Who drove you to it? What you made you trust your knife into Apu Nair? Beneath what bonds of your did that desire light? He didn't set you gear piece of thought that less ten about him. Instant he ran. Standing before Haider who smiled, apathetic like someone who had lost his story, something Maimuna felt something tangling at fire inside, as if she was being hauled into the depth of the swamp. The crowded bits stifles Haider. He felt around his fist for his knife. He clung on at the night's string of socialists and wet his eyes. He rubbed again and again to see his five appear slowly before him. What he asked her, his word turning into smithereens as he spoke. Despite jobs you do, like it was for you, Father, for God's sake, can we set stop this madness? Get out the hell out of here, fear. Maimuna had never seen Haider in this state, bathed in switch, crouched on the floor with his back against the wall. His teeth quivering, she withdrew in fear. He lay there on his bed, stalked in filth, face down in thick the froth to spectre, crowding his birth. Someone please finish me off. The words capped it. Maimuna, Haider walked up with a shudder dealt him captive. He tried to run, but he couldn't. Before him, next to the hedge, the demand with the blue heart. Tomorrow he thought of work, and his dark body dan deeper in set. He had a feeling that he was going to lose something, ecstatic. Felt and them is quite settled in inside of the hip. Modern mounted on an enormous bison hider rashed in crowd and different incidentally a thick cloud of mist poured down like the rain. Maimuna looked on in disbelief as she saw him enter, cutting in through tender whiteness of hair, and she passed out of the floor. When she saw the sharp horn lurching toward Haider, Bastis cried, Haider, let go. Please don't do anything. For your children's sake. Maimuna lay stupid out on the desert, desert of a dreamscape. The window remained open. The window, as the in protest, refuted to enter the room. Maimuna's heart was turbulent. She came out of the room that reeked of blood and tank. The evening sand depended, and it was the night. Maimuna stood outside. Detected Haider entered the athletic room like a beach stuck in the narrow lane. He was at a loss. As his hands reached over to the switchboard, he caught the disturbing smile inside the room. His bloodshot eyes drooped over Maimuna. In a fishery's delirium, he grabbed hold of her. Blade, Maimuna pretended, refusing to look at his face. Get off me. Get off me. I can do it. I can do it. Her word broke out at him. Haida sprang toward her like a brute let on the loose. You are a beast, a savage beast. The thick dark was interrupted by the night creature's song, Maimuna, maple coisins, and Hyder, whose snort sounded like Naive's beak sharpened on a coarse stone. She opened her eyes and looked at him. The beast, how did it get here? She took hold of the knight, kept on the behind table, and sat up straight on the bed, waiting. Well, it tried to get up. She touched it, and the pressed the knife down its throat. The beast let out a groan. Its head trembled on the bed. After a while, everything ended in a loud cry. Blood outs down to the floor. Its eyes burned out towards Maimuna. As she runs out of the room, she slipped into blood. Thank you.
That was a beautiful story that works on so many layers. The bison that also tackles the inner beast. Thank you so much, Arshad Batheri ji. और अब निवेदन है शैली मुदगल जी से कि वो चित्रा मुदगल जी की लघु कथा हमें सुनाए.
शीर्षक है मैं क्यों लिखती हूँ, कलम से मेरा रिश्ता क्या है. अंगूठे, तर्जनी और मध्यमा की चुटकी में सधी अनामिका और कनिष्ठा के कंधों पर सवार कलम के तीखे नुकीले स्वरूप को देखती हूँ तो सोचती हूँ, रिश्ता बना तो कलम से ही क्यों बना, कैसे बना और कब ऐसे लगने लगा कि कलम ही मेरे होने का पर्याय है. कलम से अलग होकर मैं एक चेतना शून्य काया सी डोलती फिरती, सवालों के बवंडर में ऊब चूब होती, संभवतः जीती तो होती, मगर चलते फिरते मुर्दों की भीड़ का वैसा ही हिस्सा होती जैसे हम में से बहुत से लोग होते हैं या होने को अभिशप्त होते हैं, या शायद वे इस बात से ही अनभिज्ञ होते हैं कि ऐसा होना और इस तरह से जीना उनके ना होने के बराबर है. शायद ऐसे ही लोगों के लिए कबीर ने 600 वर्ष पहले कहा था, साधो ये मुर्दों का गांव, अठहूं मरे हैं, दसहूं मरे हैं सकल आकाश. तब शायद कबीर भी नहीं सोच पाए होंगे जिन जड़ जनों को कुरेदने और झकझोरने के लिए उन्होंने कटाक्ष की ये संटी चलाई थी, उनमें से बहुतेरों की नींद तब भी नहीं टूटी थी और आज भी वे अपनी जड़ता को मजबूरी की खो में दुबकाए हुए लगभग नींद में है. कबीर की इस झकझोर भरी चुनौती को जब मैंने समझा तो महसूस हुआ कि आंखें खोले मैं भी सो रही हूं. मुझे भी जागना होगा और नींद से बाहर आना होगा. नींद से जागे बिना अपनी जड़ता से लड़ना संभव नहीं, स्त्री होकर तो विशेष रूप से, क्योंकि स्त्री के जन्मते ही उसके मुंह पर ताले जड़ दिए जाते हैं. ताले उसके मुंह पर नहीं जड़े जाते, मुंह के बहाने उसके मस्तिष्क पर लगाए जाते हैं. उन तालों को तोड़े बिना स्त्री अपनी चैतन्यता को अपनी आवाज में नहीं ढाल सकती, आवाज को शब्दों में नहीं रच सकती. शब्द बहुत ढीठ होते हैं, कलम के भ्रूण में जब तक नहीं पकते औरों तक नहीं पहुंचते. कई कई रातों उचाट रही मैं नाम की उस लड़की ने तय कर लिया कि वो अपनी नाक नहीं छिदवाएगी, न घर वालों को इसी बहाने स्वयं को नथने का मौका देगी. आजी यानी दादी ने पुचकारा, वो उसकी नाक के लिए छोटी सी बहुत सुंदर सोने की बाली बनवा देंगी जिनमें मूंगे की लटकनियां लटक रही होगी, खूब सोहेगी उसके ऊपर. मगर लड़की ने हठ ठान ली, मुर्दों के चलते फिरते भीड़ का हिस्सा बनकर उसे नहीं जीना. उसने अपने मस्तिष्क को सहलाया, पुचकारा और उसे आश्वस्त किया कि वह उसकी आवाज को घुटने नहीं देगी. एक दिन लड़की ने कलम उठा ली, अपने बप्पा यानी पिता को चिट्ठी लिखने के लिए कि अंकुश सिर्फ अनुशासन नहीं होते हैं जो जब तब सीधे जबान पर हमला कर उसे उसकी लक्ष्मण रेखा याद दिलाते रहते हैं। उन हमलों में खुली चेतावनी होती है कि तुम्हारी हरकतों का तापमान वहीं तक होना चाहिए जैसा और जितना हम चाहते हैं। लड़की को विस्मय हुआ था इस बात से कि जो आवाज कभी कभार अपना मुंह खोलती थी, पहली ही चिट्ठी के साथ दबंग होने लगी थी और अक्सर मुंह खोलने लगी थी। विस्मय उसे इस बात पर भी हुआ था कि उसके भीतर इतनी इतनी आवाजें दबी बैठी हुई हैं और उसे इस बात का अनुमान तक नहीं। और अब जब अनुमान हो ही गया है तो उन्हें दबाए रखना संभव नहीं। उन्हें बप्पा तक पहुंचाना होगा। बप्पा को उन्हें सुनना होगा, जिन्हें आदत है केवल और केवल अपनी आवाज सुनने की। उन्हें ही क्या, खानदान के लगभग सभी मर्दों को उसने इसी रूप में पाया और देखा है। उस लड़की ने अपनी आवाज को शब्दों के हवाले कर चिट्ठियां लिखनी शुरू कर दी। चिट्ठी को लिख लेने के उपरांत वो चुपके से उनके सोने वाले कमरे में जाकर उनके तकिए पर कड़े गुलाबों के गुच्छों पर रख आती और सुबह स्कूल के लिए निकलने से पहले उनके पाखाने में घुसते ही अपनी चिट्ठी का जवाब ढूंढती, लेकिन चिंदियों की शक्ल में उसकी चिट्ठियों का जवाब फर्श पर बिखरा हुआ मिलता। उनके जवाब को वो फुर्ती से हथेलियों में समेटकर एहतियात से पढ़ने वाले मेज के दराज में एक रुमाल में गठिया लेती और छोटी बहन केशा के साथ खुदकती हुई स्कूल के लिए निकल जाती। फर्श पर से अपनी चिट्ठी का जवाब बीनते सहेजते लड़की कभी उदास नहीं होती, बल्कि उसे खुशी होती कि उसकी चिट्ठियों का जवाब वही मिल रहा है जैसा वो चाहती है। चिट्ठी अगर गहरी चोट न करती तो उसकी चिंदियां इतनी बारीक ना होती। उसने अपने हट को थपकाया था कि वो अपनी आवाज को अपने बप्पा तक पहुंचाने का ये सिलसिला बदस्तूर जारी रखेगी। शायद शायद बप्पा के नाम लिखी गई पकी अधपकी उसकी पहली चिट्ठी ने उसे अच्छी तरह समझा दिया था कि उसे क्यों लिखना चाहिए। ये भी सच है शायद कि ये वही समय है जब उसने लिखना आरंभ कर दिया था, जो आगे फिर कभी नहीं रुका, कुछ अनचाहे दबावों से उपजे अंतरालों की खामोशी के बावजूद। मैं नाम की वो लड़की आज कह सकती है कि मैं अपनी चेतना की अभिव्यक्ति के लिए लिखती हूँ, स्वयं के होने को महसूस करने और उस होने के सामाजिक उपस्थिति के दायित्वों और सरोकारों को पूरा करने के लिए लिखती हूँ। पोर पोर बढ़ती अपने समय और समझ से रिश्ता प्रगाढ़ करने के लिए अलंग्य दूहों के बीच जिंदगी की बाधा दौड़ दौड़ती लड़की से प्रौढ़ हो आई औरत मैं, जिसके बालों की लटों में भुट्टे की सुनहरी बालियां पकने लगी हैं, अक्सर इस बात से चकित हो उठती हूँ कि सदियों सदियों पूर्व जन्मे कबीर को कैसे अनुमान हो जाता है कि विचलनों, दुविधाओं और द्वंद्वों से उबरने के लिए मुझे उस एक अदद पगडंडी की जरूरत है, जिसे बनाने के लिए मैं विभ्रमित सी कलम को किनारे रखकर फावड़ा उठा लेने के लिए विचलित हो रही हूँ। एक जटिल अन्यमनस्कता में पाती हूँ ऐसी जटिल अन्यमनस्कता में पाती हूँ कबीर अचानक मेरे पास आकर बैठ गए हैं और उसी तन्मयता से उसी झीनी चदरिया को बीनने में दत्तचित्त हो गए हैं जिसे वो सदियों से बीनने में लगे हुए हैं। और लगता यही है कि उनका बुनना शायद तब तक चलता रहेगा जब तक वो ये महसूस न कर लेते कि अब उन्हें ये कहने की जरूरत नहीं है, साधो ये मुर्दों का गांव। झीनी चदरिया बुनते हुए कबीर के हाथ जाने कब मेरे उद्विग्न हाथों से फावड़ा छीन कलम वापस पकड़ा देते हैं, चेतावनी के साथ कि तुम्हारा फावड़ा कलम है, तुम्हें अपनी पगडंडी फावड़े और कुदाल से नहीं कलम से बनानी है। कलम की पगडंडी चेतना की पगडंडी है, वो केवल तुम्हारे पांव के डग भरने के लिए नहीं होगी, सैकड़ों हजारों पांव के नीचे ओस भीगे धूप बिछाने के लिए होगी। फिर क्यों डगमगा रही हो? डराने वालों का मकसद ही है तुम्हारी उंगलियों से कलम को अलग कर तुम्हें भटका देना, तुम्हें निष्क्रिय कर देना, तुम्हें विचारहीनता की परिधि में धकेल पराधीन बना देना, ताकि तुम शब्द प्रसवा कलम से छिटक जाओ। तुम अब ककेरे से आगे बढ़ो चित्रा। अनगिनत पाठ तुम्हारी प्रतीक्षा में है। उनकी पृष्ठ खोलो, उन्हें पढ़ो। कबीर की कोई तस्वीर नहीं है मेरे पास जो अक्सर पास आता हो और नए नए पाठों के पृष्ठ खोलता हो। उसकी तस्वीर अपने लिए नहीं होती, औरों को दिखाने के लिए हुआ करती है। कभी किसी से जिक्र करती हूँ तो वो कुछ अबोझ सी मुस्कान मुस्कुराने लगता है और ये कहे बिना नहीं रहता, भाई तुम सपने में मिलती होगी कबीर से। कबीर अब सपनों में ही आ सकते हैं। मैंने कबीर से पूछा था, ये जो मैं आपको अपने सामने बैठा देख रही हूँ, क्या सपने में देख रही हूँ? कबीर फिक से हंस दिए थे। सपने में तुम नहीं हो, सपने में तो वे हैं जो तुम्हारे सच को सच नहीं सपना मान रहे हैं। अपने सपने से बाहर उन्हें सपने से बाहर निकालो, लिखो। शायद मैं इसलिए लिखती हूँ, लिख रही हूँ और लिखती रहूंगी।
बहुत सुंदर कहानी चित्रा मुद्गल जी की, जिसे आपने बहुत खूबसूरती से हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत किया। धन्यवाद आपका। और सच्ची तो है, हम अपने सपनों को कभी सच मानकर और कभी सच्चाई को सपना मानकर उसे ढूंढते रहते हैं। तभी तो कवि कहता है कि अभी आरज़ू दिल से मिटने ना पाए, वो किस्मत में है तो बराबर मिलेंगे। अपने सपनों को जीवित रखना बहुत जरूरी है। इसके साथ ही ये सत्र अब समाप्त होता है। आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक चित्रा मुदगल जी फॉर हर ग्रेशियस प्रेजेंस, एंड ऑल्सो श्री आरण्यक सेकिया, श्री अरशद बाथेरी, and of course our other participants who are here. Thank you so much for being here, Maharaja Krishna Bhattaji, and thank you so much for all your readings. English literature, a study in historiography and Selvadurai texts and contexts. I request you to come on the dais, please. And last but not least, Sri Soham Pine, who is Assistant Professor of English at Scottish Church College, Kolkata. He was also Fulbright Nehru Doctoral Fellow at the University of Texas. His Bengali translation of Jacinta Kerketa's book of poems, Yadon Ki Zameen, has been published in 2023. I request you to kindly join us on the dais. I think a big round of applause for all our panelists. And may I now hand over the mic to Sri Nirmal Kanti Bhattacharya.
I think it's the choice of the participants. I welcome all of you in this session. It is amongst various other sessions of the Sahitya Academy. As a matter of fact, I'm told that we have 175 sessions going on in this Festival of Letters. Yeah. So I would like to thank Sahitya Academy, congratulate them for organizing such a vast festival of literatures, we may say. And I'll also thank Sahitya Academy for allowing me to be a part of this big festival. Now, coming to today's topic, see, out of this, you said 175? Yeah, above 175. Out of these above 175 topics, I scanned through the big booklet that Sahitya Academy has produced, by way of invitation card. I found only our session is captioned with a question mark. So no other session has a question mark in the caption. So I'm assuming that Sahitya Academy wants us to have a debate on the issue whether translating literature is translating culture also. So I'll leave the debate to, we have a very distinguished panel here. So I'll leave them to debate on this issue. As far as I'm concerned, just to begin the session, I would think that at one point of time, perhaps everyone has to, in some way or other agree that some sort of translation of culture is involved in every literary translation. So whether a big debate is guaranteed here, I cannot, assure you. But see, when we are translating from one language family into another language family, forget culture. Culture comes later. When we are translating Indian literature into English, then the question of translating culture and other things, serious debates definitely ensue. But even when we are translating amongst ourselves, some kind of translating culture languages, so translation will be would be the same as from my language into the other language, and we will be mistaken. So some kind of culture translation does take place here also. Then again, when you are translating from, say from
Assamese or Odia into Bengali. When we are translating from, say, Kashmiri and Urdu into Hindi or Rajasthani, then some kind of, smooth movement from one language to other language does happen. Because first three languages are all, in Eastern zone, having the same parent source, and the next batch of languages which I mentioned all belong to the northern India, having a lot of common symptoms there. But when you are translating from, say, Kashmiri into Telugu, then again the question of some culture transfer does happen. And as I said, many of the practitioners here translate from their own languages into English. So when we are translating from Indian language into English, we are translating from one language family into another language family and one culture into another culture. So some kind of culture transfer becomes necessary. But as I said, we have a very distinguished panel, and unless anyone has any preference, I would go by the order mentioned in the invitation letter. And in that order, may I invite Professor Anisur Rahman first. What here? Yeah.
I hope you can see me because there is flower in between. Very good morning. Thanks to the chair, Professor Nirmakanti Bhattacharya, for opening the session with some very key remarks that he has to make. And going back to what he said about the interrogation, the note of interrogation that is in the title of this, say, getting together, whether translating is translating culture as well. I think it's a given. The answer is already given. It seems that the Sahitya Academy wants to ask us whether it is possible and wants to ask you as well whether it is possible. And I think it's given that when you translate, you actually translate not a language, but you translate a culture, broadly speaking, which has had so many ramifications, and so much has been already written about it that when I looked at it, the schedule for the first time, I thought that it was just repeating what has been said so many times. And on a Facebook post, I wrote that this is happening because, but one can talk translation to death. So there is no end to talking about whether it is cultural representation or not. So the answer is already given that every translation is a cultural translation. More especially when you think of the Indian literatures from one language to another, as also literatures from Indian languages into European or English, other languages, whatever they are. Now, see, the question that comes to us, the first question that comes to my mind and to all of us is this: what do we mean by translating culture? That is what should engage our attention first in order to be able to answer this question that the Academy has put before us. So what do we mean by cultural translation? The moot question, therefore, is that what constitutes a culture? What do we understand by a culture and a cultural text and the cultural configurations of the experiences that is deposited in a particular text that you choose for translation? Is it in the culture that is broadly speaking that we represent? Is it this culture? Is it in the rhythm of that particular language that you speak or write in? Is that culture deposited in the predominant images that we engage with day in and day out? Is that culture deposited in the ingrained images that we have, or in the metaphors that we create, or in the symbols that we envisage, or in the myths that we ultimately are in a position to pass on to our readers? Because this is how I look at it, especially poetry, that you start from a word and you go to an image, and then that image turns into a simile, the simile turns into a metaphor, the metaphor turns into a symbol, and the symbol finally turns into a myth, depending on what is the imaginative vitality that you command. Going back to Coleridgean understanding of imagination, so to speak, the secondary imagination. So what is culture that we can think of, and what constitutes a culture? Is it language or a metaphor or a symbol or a myth? So that is one thing that one needs to keep in mind to be able to answer this question. whether translating is translating culture or not. So all are, I understand, present in a literary tradition, which broadly speaking constitutes a culture. That is, we look at the language, we look at the image, we look at the metaphor, and try to find out whether this image, this metaphor, this symbol, or this myth that the writer has been, not all create myths, some of them have been able to do that, but symbols, of course. But even finding a metaphor is not that very easy, because finding one-to-one correspondence metaphors is easy, but finding a very deep-rooted metaphor, which turns into a symbol and becomes a myth, is, of course, makes huge demands. So the demand is on the translator, who ultimately tries to engage with a text to be able to put it in words, which you ultimately think is a cultural transformation of one text from one language to another. Having said that, my second point that I would like to emphasize, and which I have been speaking about at a number of places, is this, that as a multilingual country and as a multicultural country, Mala, this is the point I have been speaking everywhere, we are essentially, basically, principally translators. Udayji, as a multilingual country, we are essentially translators, and we negotiate with a number of languages simultaneously. Imagine the kind of conversation we developed here a while ago that we were talking. Our English was all the time harking back to our Hindi, and Hindi harking back to the English, and English to Marathi and Bangla, etc., etc. So simultaneously, we keep on translating without end. But when it comes to paper, even on paper, when you create that particular text, even in that text, the echo of your language comes in. So there it is that you find the cultural questions coming in. How does a writer create that kind of a cultural configuration in a language which is not your own? As Raja Rao said, you have to, and that's very well known, Kattapura preface, that you have to write about your experience in language which is not your own. So what to talk of the image and the metaphor, which is all the more difficult to translate culturally speaking. So this is one important question, that we are essentially translators. But apart from translators, we are also essentially comparatists, because we keep on comparing our notes that pertain to our language, pertain to our habits of language, the speech patterns, and the written behavior that we have. So translators and comparatists we essentially are, and that is how we grow differently from all literary traditions that we have come across as students and as scholars of literatures. Always. Another point that always bothers me when I think of cultural translation is that translation is essentially a collaborative act. And I have written extensively about this collaboration, which takes place in many ways and at many levels. So this also becomes very relevant when you think of the cultural translation, or the translation as a cultural text, wherein comes this question of this collaboration. First, a writer collaborates with himself, then with his language, then with his history, then with his own cultural modes, and then translates and collaborates with another language in which he or she is going to translate, and with the possible reader to which he is going to pass that on in the years to come when the book is published, or that poem or that article is published. So this collaborative act, is the question that concerns us essentially about the cultural translation that engages our attention. And that's why I said this is one of those issues of which we have deliberated a lot, and will probably keep on deliberating a lot, and coming up with our own theories and understanding of what is cultural translation. How does culture come into, or how does culture also interfere? It does at times interfere, because you are not in a position to really transfer that into its source, from a source language to a target language. One point that I would like also to put here is that, say, writing is putting a language in order. But my point is that translation is putting that language into yet another order. So the order remains there, once in the creative text, and secondly in the text that you translate. So in the creative language, in the creative piece that you write, you put language in an order. But in a translation, you alter that order, and a new linguistic pattern emerges. And there in between lies the question of where the culture, or the cultural images, or the cultural mores and the metaphors come into being. So these are some of the questions that we need to think about. How does this collaborative act work as a culture in the process of cultural translation? And how does putting a language in an order is the language that you write in, and how that gets transferred and gets a different kind of a phenomenon, becomes a different phenomenon when you translate into another culture. into another language. When you write, you empower your own language, but when you translate, you do double empowerment. An empowerment of your own cultural heritage and literary heritage, as also the literary heritage of the one in which you are translating. So it works at multiple levels. And that is what is the process of enrichment, of the personal enrichment, as well as of the enrichment of literary text into another language, which has at its own memory and with which it passes on from one generation to another. So the text gets empowered from age to age, from translator to translator, and from language to language, which is another very important point to further deliberate upon and think upon. I'm just making the pointers because there are speakers and the time limit is there. So I don't want to exceed my time limit and don't want my chair to give me a bell so that I come back. And so I'm just trying to hint at some of the important issues that has struck me. And I'm sure that all of us have been engaging with this all these years as translators and as teachers and as scholars and as the students of literature. Having made these very broad points, let me come to some of the important examples of how we do it. Say, for example, when T.S. Eliot was writing I'll give you a couple of examples from English, Hindi, and Urdu, so that we can understand some of the layers of it. When T.S. Eliot was writing The Wasteland, and towards the end of that poem, which is What the Thunder Said, he refers to Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, and then to Datya, Damyata, and the other. And the three generations and the three layers of meaning that come out of it, speaking to the humans, speaking to the guru, speaking to the class. So where does this idea and how does this idea strike Eliot? Because he had himself been much enamored by the Sanskrit language and was deeper into that Eastern philosophy, especially the Indian philosophy. And that is how we came to Brihadaranyaka Upanishad and these things. But we question ourselves in the classroom whether Eliot has been able to take the spirit of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad and has been able to understand the basic meaning of these three words: give, sympathize, and control. Give to whom, sympathize with whom, and control what? But Eliot was trying to make a very powerful statement in terms of cultural negotiation. That is what I'm trying to put point forward. Take another example from Urdu. It has had a very long history of 500 years. I'm referring to poetry, only 500 years of poetry starting from late 16th century to now. And if you scan this, you will come across, especially in the ghazal tradition, you will come across two words. I'm just cutting very short to be able to make space for others. There are two words, especially when you look at the ghazals and the romantic poetry, especially. That is, there is a concept of hijr and there is a concept of visal. If you translate these into English, hijr means separation, visal means union. But friends, hijr is not separation at all. It's not parting. It is far, far, far beyond than parting or than separation, because it has a whole cultural baggage that carries along with it. Hijr is suffering. It is not parting. But usually we translate hijr as separation. But when we do it as some kind of a suffering, which is hijr, which hijr carries, and hijr carries so many meanings. Similarly, visal. Visal is not just union or getting together, or in Brownian terms, hearts beating each to each when you meet in the night. Meeting at the night, I'm referring to that particular poem, Meeting at Night, heart beating each to each. It's such a wonderful way of putting how the two hearts correspond and speak each other's language. So it's very difficult, therefore, for one particular literary tradition to be transferred into another. I'm not sure. I've been a translator of Urdu poetry and from Urdu to English and English to Urdu, but very difficult I find to translate hijr and to, for example, visal. Another example I give from Frost's very famous poem we all know about, that is Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening. Ye woods, kya ye jungle hai? Is this jungle or something else? Woods generally comes to. So when I translated that very famous poem, which people liked, whose woods are these? I think I know. ये किसका जंगल है? मैं शायद जानता हूँ. यहीं एक पास के गांव में शायद उसका घर है, मगर वो बेखबर है. मैं यहाँ हूँ. सफर में चलते चलते रुक गया हूँ, etc. But woods is not forest. Woods is something different here. Woods is not jungle here. It's something. So these are now. I happen to be at that place where Frost lived, and the place where Frost walked through and how he wrote this poem. Then you understand what this poem really is. And that day I realized it was not forest at all, which I did in my own translation. ये जंगल किसका जंगल है मैं शायद जानता हूँ. Whose woods are these? I think I know. So I did my literal job, I understand, and I failed therefore. But I realized only recently when I was at that particular place where Frost lived and the place where he walked before he wrote this poem, on the dining table, sitting on the dining, which is still very well preserved. So these are the questions that come to us. And for example, Vyatha, Hindi ka ek, Sanskrit ka ek word hai Vyatha. How do you translate Vyatha? It's very difficult. So what one does, or one aspires for, trying to find the linguistic correlates and the situational correlates, and then the correlates of the mood which carry fast, and to the extent possible that we are in a position to shadow it, to find it, because translation in a big way remains a shadow of the original, and tries to approximate to that shadow. Shadows are not all the time very true, because they are sometimes long and sometimes very short, depending on from where the focus comes. So the focus of your eye and the focus of your linguistic behavior and so many things that come into it. Friends, these are some of the thoughts that I had put down together so that we are in a position to think further about whether translating literature, and especially Indian literature, is translating a culture. These are some of my thoughts. I'm very happy that you had your intelligence. Thanks a lot.
We have quite a few very distinguished scholars and writers present here. Professor Jancy James, Professor Ganguly, S.P. Ganguly, Dr. Ramkumar Mukhopadhyay, Professor Malarshi Lal, Balan, Udayji, Chandana. So the brief presentation of Anisir Rahman, I'm sure, is going to raise a lot many questions, because Anisir Bhai, within the parameter of 10 minutes, he has raised quite a few issues, particularly at the beginning, the issue of symbol and metaphor and how to translate them. And while translating a symbol or a metaphor, you are bound to intervene into the cultural translation. Then he talked about his comparative point of view. Later on, he moved to Ghazal, T.S. Eliot. I don't know how you resolved wood later on. So thank you very much. You raised, as I said at the very beginning, that perhaps though the question mark is there in the caption, but perhaps most of my distinguished panelists will agree that to a certain extent, translation means cultural translation also. Because nowadays in various translation theory discussions, philosophy, history, social linguistics, anthropology, all these things are being taken into consideration to understand the process of translation. So how can it be just linguistic translation? It can't be. Anyway, let's move on. I will now invite Chandrakant Patilji, one of the very distinguished translators from Maharashtra, Pune. And you can talk from here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
You have a big paper, but you will
Yeah,
have to cut it
my
down to 10
paper-
minutes. Okay.
My paper is of 14 minutes, but the chairman can stop me at any time because of two things. It is of 40 minutes. The one thing is I am 80 plus, and you know that 80 plus people have to talk a lot. And the second thing, I was teaching, and I was teacher. Then again, the second point that makes me sure, but I'm not going to take much time. Friends, is the translation of literature the translation of culture? The answer to this question is obviously affirmative. Literary work is a linguistic act. Words and literary texts have their roots in their own culture. Linguistic expression inadvertently bears the marks of culture, and hence translation of literature is also the translation of culture. However, this would be a little oversimplification. The question contains three key components: literature, culture, and translation. Their elucidation will help us to understand their interrelations. Let us begin with literature. The fictional literature is neither an exact replica of experiences in life nor of the reality around us. One who experiences and feels the need to express assumes a human listener or a reader for his, her expression and narrates accordingly. The process changes, in the process, changes are inevitable. A recreation of literary reality assumes an inadvertently different form from the actual reality, as it is recreated to enhance the effect of the original. And this is the departure point for the language of fiction. In this process of remaking reality, the language of fiction becomes altogether different from the day-to-day language. It is for the same reason the language of recreation of reality in fiction is completely different from the language of science. The altered experiences of life serve as a raw material for fiction. Knowledge of life is possible only through experiences. The purpose of fiction is to imaginatively portray real experiences to construct an alternate life. The alternate life in fiction is an illusion of life itself. The more powerful the fiction, the more effective is illusion of life. Life is full of experiences. This needs certain strategies. Hence, the writer is required to an extraordinary awareness of language. One of the common strategies is to exploit the potential of adjectives to communicate effectively, and that too by using them as precisely as possible. In translation, the same challenge is faced, and in a process of dealing with the challenge, the translation is to be artistic as well as true to the source of text. Again, here the true can be a controversial thing. The definition of the term culture is a very broad and complex. It is as the most complex English term to define. It was an antonym of the term nature. During the passage of time, the range of term expanded and it acquired multiple layers of meaning. Anthropologists define culture in the broadest sense of the term. For them, everything created by man is culture. The widely accepted definition of culture is a complex system evolved through the mutual processes of the human beings living on the particular geographical terrain with each other as well as the nature around. Every culture evolves at the two levels, material and spiritual. Cultures differ from each other due to uneven development of these two levels. If several cultures exist under the same roof, then that large roof is called civilization. Civilization comprises mutual relations of human beings, their behavior, ethics, and morality, whereas culture embodies art, religion, science, age-old practices, rituals, customs, traditions, thoughts, creativity, intellectuality, etc. Civilization is mainly concerned with the enhancing the quality of life to make it more comfortable, whereas culture tries to explore the meaning of life. Explorations by different disciplines of knowledge is culture, and the resultant conclusions of these explorations become a part of civilization. It has become an extremely significant component in the study of translation. Encounters between the two cultures cause osmosis. Some of the new and unknown things of one culture slowly get transferred into other culture. A culture is required to be open enough to internalize the external influences to prosper. the aim of the translation. The aim of the translator should be to translate the literature that embodies the new concepts, thoughts, forms, creativity, and values specific to the source language. That is why the conscience of the translator is of paramount significance in dividing what is to be translated and why it is to be translated. Instead of translating for the linguistic features, the literary workers which prefer to enhance socio-cultural as well as the socio-political awareness, which prefer to enhance, should be chosen for translation. This seems to be the position of the translators after 90s. Earlier linguistic or thematic similarities between the source language and the target language was the dominant trend and one of the reasons for translation. It was centered to transform the style, form, and content to the target language to enhance the understanding of literature as well as widen the horizons of perception. The translation of fictional literature produced solely for amusement or the translation of mere information is not of much significance in translation. Now, the established precept is that there should be a space for the foreign element of the source language while translating it into a target language. The ideas of translation, giving respect to foreignization rather than domestication of the text, is the modern trend. Cultural aspects of the translation gained prominence over its linguistic aspects. It is considered that each word in the text has a cultural bearings. To bring these cultural bearings in translation is a real challenge. In a sense, translation becomes an attempt to transform source language culture into the target language culture. Hence, it is absolutely essential for the translator to consider the microscopic details of the source language and the target language along with their linguistic nuances. The more distance between the cultures, the more demanding the task of the translator is. Differences between the cultures produce more intricate and challenging complications than linguistic structures. Compared to the pan-Indian literary works, the translation of European or any foreign literary works pose much more severe problems. The above discussion on translation is based on the Western concepts, whereas in the Asian tradition of translation, it has been primarily concerned as retelling. The concept of retelling, which is too loose and broad, the Asian tradition of translation has existed since ancient times. Carvings on the pillars raised during the period of early Buddhism and Ashoka have been translated into several other languages, including Pali. Even in the later period, several Pali scriptures have been translated into Sanskrit. A long poem of Ashwagosha's Buddha Charit was initially found in Sanskrit tradition in the 1st century, but that was the translation found in Chinese and not in the original Pali or Sanskrit. The translations found in Pali, Sanskrit, Sinhalese, Tibetan, Nepali, Chinese, Japanese were not strictly literal as such, but retellings of the source of language texts. To understand the tradition of retelling, let us have a glance at the tradition of the translation in Marathi. Translation has a common equivalent term in Marathi as bhashantar. A recent phenomenon is the replacement of the term bhashantar by another term anuvad, because of the increasing dominance of Hindi on Marathi. The term Anuvad is used by earlier medieval poets with a different connotations. Although etymologically, Anuvad is derived from the root words Anu plus Vad. The prefix Anu means to follow something and Vad means to tell or speak. Sir Monier Williams, 1819 and 1899, a great Sanskrit scholar, defined Anuvad as repeating another speech or one's own speech. So Anuvad means to follow after someone else's speech, to explain in details, to make commentary in what is already in one's own language or in different languages. Sant Ganeshwar, 1275 to 1296, used the term Anuvada in the same spirit. For example, he says, Ha Vedartha Sagaru, Jaya Nidritacha Guru, तो स्वयं सर्वेश्वरु प्रत्यक्ष अनुवादला, which means a somewhat loose translation would be, the sea of this meaning of Vedas has been directly explained to me by the Supreme God himself. So I translated, means I made a translation or bhashya of this. Anuvad is a very broad use for bhashya. Commentary or interpretation in this sense, the oral or written commentaries on Sanskrit sacred words into Marathi by Bhakti movement, are the cases of retellings and rebellious act or violence against the so-called Devavani or God's own language, that is Sanskrit. Finally, be it a translation, anuvad or retelling, we need to focus more on culture transcending than equivalence, translators' interpretation than translation, and foreignization rather than domestication. While considering the socio-political views of translators, modern theoreticians of translation oppose the invisibility of a translator. Instead of easy translations, one needs to encourage readers to reach the source text. In a multilingual, multicultural country like India, we need to oppose the idea of unity at the cost of diversity. The history of world civilizations, like the biodiversity of all world forests, has already revealed to us that monoculturalism always eliminates the civilization as like forest in a shorter span of time when compared to multilingual, multicultural civilizations and forests with much biodiversity. So our aim should be to reject one language, one civilization, one nation, and everything one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chandrakant. So you did not permit me the pleasure of cutting in, you know. You have decided by yourselves to prune it. But you have taken a very vast sweep, Chandrakantji. Here, you began with the defining culture, defining translation, then beginning from, Ashokan, Pali, Vedic, how these were translated. But one particular point I would like to emphasize, just as in case of Anisur Rahman, one particular point he mentioned that a translated text gets empowerment as it moves from language to language, culture to culture. So Chandrakantji also has raised a very, very important point about cultural osmosis. I'm just, flag marking these issues so that we can take up later for discussion if we have time. Thank you very much. I would now move on to Hota Chandra Prakash Chandrasekhar Hota. Thank you, please. I must thank Sahitya Academy for giving me this opportunity. I can see galaxy of intellectuals, writers in front of me. I see Dr. Gaurahari Das, Dr. Gayatriwala Panda, Dr. Pritidhara Samal, my fellow Odia writers. And the topic today we are discussing best appropriate because they are present here. Dr. Gaurahari Das has translated one book that everybody knows, Goat Days, Abu Jivitam of Kerala, Malayalam language into Odia. And it reflects the culture, it reflects the pen, it reflects the journey in a beautiful way. Similarly, Dr. Gayatriwala Panda last year, she won the Sahitya Academy Award for Dayanadi. Dayanadi talks about 261 BC Asoka's invasion to Odisha and how the Dayanadi, the river of compassion, the river of become the river of blood. And this is the context in which I am today speaking about is translating literature, translating culture. Friends, due to paucity of time, I am showing you the PowerPoint presentation because it will be early and it will be more engaging. Translation next. Translation is expansion of man, culture, society, and literature at large. Its duty is to foster a cultural unity and instill multicultural spirit, idea of oneness in diversity. It also works as a bridge. It makes us aware about our culture, custom, practices at large. And friends, as you know, the role of translator is like the role of a bride. जैसे ससुराल में होता है, कोई पैदा होता है यहाँ पे, लेकिन जब ससुराल चला जाता है उसका वहां सब कुछ रह जाता है. She leaves everything behind. Like that, the translator takes everything ahead like a river. So the role of a translator is like a cultural ambassador, like milk. Originally, the milk is original, but the product is like rabdi, like God, everything. It transforms, it takes you, it moves you to the another terrain. That's the name that we call translation. And translation is not simply literal, it's also cultural translation. Therefore, the translators are also called cultural ambassadors. Basing on these concepts, I will try to focus that how in Odia language, which is the sixth classical language, Odia literature engage itself to the cultural terrain, to the cultural arena. And for the easy understanding, I have divided the period into four: pre-colonial, colonial, post-colonial, and contemporary. In the pre-colonial time, the translation of Odia were mostly from palm, from inscription, and it was more historical, it was more cultural. To say in a nutshell, it was more religious, it was oral, and emphatically it was based on Sanskrit. Smruti, Shruti, Purana, everything was part of that. Dharma, Dharma Shastra, Artha Shastra, Kama Sutra, Vedanta, everything was translated into Odia. And it was the initial stage of Hindu and Sanskrit cultural penetration. And mostly it was confined to Sanskrit. During this period, our legendary Sarala Das translated Mahabharata, translated or transcreated Mahabharata. Jagannath Das translated Srimad Bhagavatam. And the translation was so lucid, so exemplary, and it was so excellent in nature that Kasinath Das of Bengal, he actually remained stunned. He could not able to translate the 10th canto of Bhagavad of Jagannath Das. And he wrote, Emanta Utkala Bhasha Karila Likhana, Jagannath Das Kruta Apurva Varnan. That's why he only transcribed everything from Odia. And during this period, Achyutanand wrote Harivans, Malika, and Krishna Chandra Patnaik translated many Purana, Kapya, Kalidasa, Bharavi, Magha, everything came into the picture. And this picture, this period, Gita Govinda's various translation, we also seen. And in Sanskrit became a prominent language during this period. And Dharma Grantha was the pioneering effect during the pre-colonial translation of Odisha. Friends, I would like to say that this is the period where the Brahminic hegemony
the Sanskritic hegemony ended, and the nuances of Odia culture, Odia literature came into forefront. Then we moved to colonial period. Colonial period next. You can say that Bhavishya Malika and Lakshmi Purana there. In colonial culture, English people came, English became a major form of language. It influenced everybody. The missionary came, Urdu came, Arabic language came, Asiatic Society of Kolkata also you translated many things into many religious texts into Bengali, Odia, and from Bengali to Odia, printing press came, Bible was translated. And the most important thing is that children's literature, literature for the course, literature for the curriculum became the part of this period. And Madhusudan Rao, the Brahman reformative culture became part of this. Fakir Mohan Senapati, the father of Odia story writing, he actually wrote many novels, many stories. Rebati, his famous one, and the Lachama. In Rebati, you can see about women education. In Lachama, you can say about the Marathas, the Maratha period of ruling of Odisha, how exploitative it was, what was its impact. In other writings also, in his autobiography, all in 6 acre and half, in 6 acre and third also, you can see the Samantavadi, the feudalistic tendency, the colonial modernity there. And Fakir Mohan talk about not only a colonial modernity, but also an alternative form of indigenous modernity. And this colonial translation, we actually inherited many things. Radhanath Rai took many from Ovid, from Western thinkers and Western writers. He took many forms. Nilakantha Das, he also translated many English texts. Godavari is also translated from Stevenson, Nilakantha Das, Tennyson, and his book Dasnayak and Pranayini. In 1942, Boatman Boy and other poems were translated. This was written by Sachi Raut Rai, Baji Raut during the freedom struggle. And Ram Shankar Rai's plays were also translated. Why I have given this picture, friends? This is Mayakovsky's poems. This was translated, and this was Ram Shankar. The children's literature, translations of children's stories beyond English also started during this period. Because the Marxist, the progressive intellectuals like Sachi Raut Rai, Anant Patnaik, they translated many Russian, many Chinese textbook, many stories, many plays into Odia, and that actually enriched our Odia literature and language. Next, Jagmohan Lal, one of the pioneer of Odia play, he wrote Babaji. Babaji is nothing but the reflection of much culture and the corruption of much culture in Odisha during that point of time. Samar Tarang, one of the astonishing writing ever made, was translated as War Waves by Srishesh Prasad Singhdeo. And this War of Waves is nothing but the fight between Marathas and the English, making Dhenkanal Garjat as a part. And Bradranath Bhattacharya has experience. He was himself a minister over there in that war. So, later on, Chilika, Bandir Atmakatha, these were translated by Kunja Bihari Naik. The Sahebi culture also being reflected in many of the translated writing. And we could see the regeneration of tradition and amalgamation of different culture through Odia literary writings. Gorky were translated, and during the last phase of colonial struggle, the Gandhian principles, Vinoba Bhave, everything was translated. From Gorky to Gandhi, from Marx to Lenin, it was translated into Odia. In the post-colonial time, English and other languages were regenerated. 6, 2nd, and 3rd I have given here because it was translated after independence. I have given the photo of Jagdish Mahanti's battle of his own. This is about the description of mining culture and the role of mining mafia. I have, and friends, this one, there is a present for Vishwa Sahitya Granthamala. Hundreds of books under the premises of Vishwa Sahitya Granthamala. Hundreds of books were translated from world classics for children, and it has become the remarkable penetration of culture to our state of Odisha, to our Odia language. Then Bhima Bhoi, the Mahima cult. The Mahima cult was very, very instrumental, revolutionary, and casteless in culture. And its Nirguna Parampara reflected in Stuti Chintamani of Bhima Bhoi. Similarly, RK Mission, Ramakrishna Mission, Sri Aurobindo's philosophy were also translated. One Mausumi Acharya, many Oriya might not be knowing her name, but she has translated all Holocaust literature into Oriya. And similarly, the famine of Kanucharana Mahanti, which was the reflection of 1866 Odisha Bengal famine, that were reflected in the book. And this is the time where all pan-Indian languages, literature were translated into Odia. And I would not be excused if I would not mention the name of Gopinath Mahanti, who happened to be the greatest story writer of our time. His Paraja, which talks about the folk components of Paraja tribe of Koraput district, his dynasty of immortals, his Dadi Buddha, the ancestor, Harijan talks about the caste system at that time, how manual scavenging was going on and how someone was put into manual scavenging. And Gopinath Mahanti's this poor book has been very, very instrumental in understanding the tribal culture, tribal life, tribal exploitation. Next. Sir. Then Mansingh translated Shakespeare, Surendra Mahanti. Surendra Mahanti's two things within the nutshell I want to speak. First, his trilogy, Nila Saila, Niladri Vijaya, and Krishna Bedere Sandhya. In Nila Saila, he has given the historical setting of 16th, 17th century Odisha and the displacement of Lord Jagannath from places to places due to the attack of Muslims. And these other I have given the penetration of Buddhist culture into Odia literature. Ajibakas, Attahasa, Amrapalli. This was the Buddhist culture Surendra Mahanti tried to propagate it. Finally, in the contemporary time, there is a continuous search for knowledge. You can see Akhila Nayak's Veda, the autobiography of a Dalit, that has marched ahead in the contemporary time. And new forms, new plot are being thrown into Odia literary writing. Pratibha Ray's Jagyashani, Citadel of Love, which talks about Konark, the primal land, which talks about the Banda tribes life and living after the deluge, which talks about 1999 super cyclone, are the part of this magnum opus. Friends, Odia culture like Raja, Ratha, Pala, Daskathia, folk dance now getting reflected in the source text. The refugee issue, the land of Jammu, which has been translated by Tapan Panda, the refugee issue, Bangladeshi refugee who are staying near Kendrapada, they are life living dual citizenship has been described over here. Next. Especially in Gaura Haridas writing, we see a shift from religion, from culture. We see the individual as unit of culture. How social issues, how political issues overtake, and individuals struggle, individual's complexity, relationship has become the part and parcel of his cultural milieu. And the dawn after night, the faded rainbow, Nell and other stories are the example. And we also translated many Hindi. Now we are translating from Marathi, Malayalam, all languages. And by translating that, we are knowing that we are knowing many things like Karwa Chauth, Sindur Khel, cross-cultural milieus, like from Somnath to Kashmir, from Naxalism to Namita Gokhale, we are incorporating. Like the ganja, how I was reading a novel, Bishabrukya, how the ganja cultivation is going on in the interior area. That was the part and parcel of contemporary literary milieu. Conversion, fanatism, career, competition, frustration, values, old age problem, health, criminality, diasporic, all has become part of this. Friends, this Ardhanarishwara and taking from other language has enriched Odia language in the contemporary period a lot. Efforts are on to know and expand other culture. Translation really dispel ignorance and taboo. Transmission, transmutation, transcendental, and transcendent in nature are the key component of translation. So I must say, text has a cultural pretext. In conclusion, I say that at the first instances, Odia translation was based on religion, then nature came, then social issues came, then political issues dominated, then technology, then individual life, relationship, its negotiation became the part of culture. In many subtle ways, globalization promotes cultural homogeneity and diminishes the significance of local. Here, the distinctiveness of the local, in this case of Odisha, India, must be established through translation. In order to maintain existing conversation between languages, culture, and to introduce populations to diverse perspective of life and experience, translation is essential. Translation contributes to the development of a tolerant custom, which are essential if we are to keep our civilization from developing into anarchy. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Mr. Chandrasekhar Hota is a Polish man. So though I tried to stop him a number of times, but he decided to complete his speech. Anyway, thank you very much for taking us through the wonderful world of translation in Odia. And from your presentation, we learned a lot of translation activities happened in Odia and have been happening in Odia. And at one point of time, when we were talking about, I have two more speakers, so I was trying to stop you by force. But at that point, you started talking about the novel of Gaur Das, and I saw Gaur Das sitting there. So how can I stop you? I had to allow it to continue. Anyway, there are a few issues which you flagged towards the end of the paper. Let us see whether if we have time, we can talk about this. Now I'll move on to my next speaker. Is Jyoti Chawla is not here. So Sayantan Dasgupta.
Thank you very much, sir. I shall try to keep myself short because of three reasons. One, I don't think I know much about the topic. Two, so much has been said by my seniors that I think whatever I say will only be an anuvad to speak after someone. And three, the most important reason, lunchtime is almost here. Professor Rahman spoke about how he posted the schedule for today's session on Facebook. And I remember seeing that post, and one of our common friends actually remarked there, who would dare to say translating literature is not translating culture? So that again points to the fact that this is a hypothetical question, we know the answer. But sometimes the questions are more important than the answers, because negotiating this question can point us in the direction of understanding the relationship of literature and culture in translation. Much has already been said about this issue so far, so I shall not try and carry on in that vein. What I will only try to do is share some experiences which might complement the perspectives which have already come up. We are, of course, aware of all these culture-specific markers from Indian literature, from different Indian languages, which pose very difficult challenges and problems for the translator. Words, concepts like abhiman, obhiman, dharma, these often create a lot of debate, a lot of challenges. The word Sindur, Sindur, has been debated upon in so many different ways. One remembers Mini Krishnan's translation of Sindur, how she looks at Sindur and how she annotates it at one end of the spectrum, and how Gita from Katha, Gita Dharmarajan, uses the word Sindur and annotates it. Two very different, shows you the range of directions. But I would like to focus on my experiences with translation. I represent the Center for Translation of Indian Literatures, Jadavpur University. And one of the things we try to do from that center is to try and foreground translation as a collaborative act rather than an individual one. So we try to do translations in workshops where you have experts from the source language and target language coming together, interacting and producing collaborative translations. So I'd like to share a couple of experiences. One has to do with a Boro story. This is something that was published in 12 Boro short stories, curated by Adaram Basumatari, on which we worked along with the Asiatic Society. This story is called Two Coconut Trees in the English translation. This is by Chittaranjan Muchahari, one of the most important Boro writers today. In this story, we encounter a boy who is going to see a girl, a prospective bride. And we see that as he goes on this journey, he is supposed to keep his eyes peeled so that he can see if someone is washing rice on the way. He's very careful. He's looking for this. Another thing he's looking for is a buffalo calving on the way. If only he can spot that buffalo calving. There are things that he's trying to avoid on this journey. For instance, if anyone is digging earth with a spade in front of him, he will have to look the other way around. So as a translator, as a reader, we might wonder why. What is the thing happening here? To an outsider, this doesn't become clear. But it's the culture that is embedded in the language, in the narrative that comes through, because these are part of the belief system of the Boro community here. It is an auspicious sign to come across someone who is washing rice. It is an auspicious sign to see a buffalo calving on the way. And conversely, it's inauspicious to see someone digging earth with a spade. That, I think, shows us how within every narrative, cultural practices are embedded. So the translator has no way of dealing with a translation, translating a literary text, if one does not really go deep into the text and understand the culture that is embedded within this text. By culture here, of course, we are talking about any kind of practice. That's one of the ways culture has been defined. When the Center for Cultural Studies was set up, the first institutionalization of culture at the University of Birmingham, this is how it was defined. Any kind of practice at all. Any practice leads us to understanding the values, the belief system of a community. And these values, these belief systems are embedded in almost every text to some extent or the other. In indigenous tales, in folk literature, perhaps this comes out more overtly, as is evident in a story like this, or in the Tamang Selo, the folk songs of the Tamang people, for instance. The Tamang Selo is actually the Nepali version of the Tamang Wai. The original songs were written in the Tamang language, but because the Tamang language is today endangered, these songs are being written and sung in the Nepali language, which becomes the power language. One Yes, Tamang is spoken in fewer and fewer places in North Bengal. There are villages in North Bengal where the Tamang language is still used, although younger generations are gradually moving away from Tamang to using solely Nepali. So one song I'd like to share with you, which we were trying to translate, this is called Chura to hai na astura, not a knife, but a blade. It goes like this, 2 words. You have to announce Bagidam, linked to ancestors by skin and bone. And it has this refrain of Chardam, Atdam, Bagidam. What is this Chardam, Atdam, Bagidam? Dam, we might understand, the price of something. This is the kind of text which, unless one goes deep into the culture and brings out the belief system, is impossible to translate. Because this relates to the Tamba belief system. The Tamba is the priest of the Tamangs, that a child inherits her bones from her father and her flesh from her mother. So at the time of the marriage, the groom's family offers 4 coins as part of the marriage ceremony. This is the Chardam. The Tamba represents the groom's father here and makes the offerings to the bride's side. The bride's representatives have to reject the 4th coin because that is supposed to be in return for the proprietorship of the bride's bones. Thus, in the Tamba belief system, the bones of the girl belong to the birth family. That is why the Chardam is never consummated, is never completed. So without finding out about these intricacies of the belief system, of the culture of the Tamang people, how is one to translate? Translating literature immediately becomes engaging with and translating culture. Different kinds of genres have different demands on one's understanding and engagement of culture. Humor writing, for instance, supernatural writing, for instance, travelogues, for instance, place specific demands. It's so difficult to translate humor because humor is intricately embedded within one's culture. The same with ghost stories, Petni, Shakchuni, different kinds of supernatural beings in Indian languages all have different equivalents, or they don't have different equivalents in English. How does one deal with these? The travelogue, this is the last example I will give and conclude. The travelogue is a particular genre which creates its own problems vis-a-vis culture specificity, because a travelogue tries to assimilate alterity onto familiar spaces. A travelogue talks about the world, but it also reflects on home. It is about the place one visits as much as about the place one comes from. So one travelogue I have in mind is something that was published in 1885 in Bangla, which is called Inglande Bongo Mohila, a Bengali lady in England. It's the first full-length travelogue by a woman in Bangla. It's been translated in 3 versions now, very different approaches to translation. But my point is that this work is, in a way, a work of translation in 2 ways, because a large part of this book is actually not quote-unquote original writing. It's actually a translation of a French book on the English people. And Krishna Bhavini, when she visits England, she takes large chunks of this and translates into Bangla, but she also adds her own pieces, her own inputs into this. So when she talks about things like girls and boys riding together in Regent Park, conversing freely, this can't be taken in isolation. This is a sentence, this is a literature. But what this sentence is doing is, it's not talking about England and boys and girls in England. One has to immediately relate this to the condition back home in Bengal at that time where this was not possible, the kind of free mixing between boys and girls. Again, when she talks about honeymoon, which is something that she encounters over there, she finds it very difficult to explain this to the Bengali reader because the concept in 19th century Bengal is so difficult to bring out in Bangla itself. Likewise, when she talks about English marriage, engagement, and courtship, she's translating not just the literature, she's not translating not just the French text, but she's translating culture. Because the idea of courtship, engagement in that sense doesn't occur to the target reader that she is writing for. So even this piece of writing is a piece of translation. So when the translator deals with Krishna Bhavini's text, how is one to translate that? It becomes even more complicated. It becomes a reverse translation, it becomes a double translation, and it requires one to really engage with the history, the culture of that period. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am grateful to Sahitya Academy for allowing me this platform, and I would like to thank Professor Malashri Lal because she was the person who initiated me to the world of translation years ago, and I am really grateful to you for your presence here. You have already heard a lot from my seniors, and most of what I had thought of talking in the introductory part of my presentation has already been said. So I would like to mention that I have taken Bhavani Prasad Ray's translation of the Durga Saptashati as a case study for this topic of ours, that is translating literature, translating culture. I personally subscribe to the view that translating literature is obviously translating culture. It is an act of intercultural communication, and the exercise is not merely limited to the question of language. Shukanta Chaudhary in Translation and Understanding argues how a translated text transcends its role of being a mere faithful replica of the original in another language, and instead draws out possibilities beyond the original writer's intention or awareness. At this point, I would like to mention Shujit Mukherjee's book, Translation as Discovery, in which Mukherjee points out, until the advent of Western culture in India, we had always regarded translation as new writing, a point which the presenters before me have also highlighted. Mukherjee draws our attention to the fact that the medieval poets who translated the Sanskrit classics into other Indian languages were not simply rendering the originals into those languages, but retelling the narratives. And as the speakers said before me, it was an act of anuvada, or speaking after, and it allowed a lot of flexibility which the modern concept of translation does not allow. However, both Chaudhary and Mukherjee, as most of modern scholarship centered on translation in India, restrict themselves merely to post-19th century translation activities. I have deliberately chosen Bhavani Prasad Ray's medieval text, Durga Mongol, primarily because of two reasons. First of all, Bhavani Prasad's work is a translation of the Durga Saptashati, a sacred canonical text that is rooted in a particular social, cultural, and sectarian framework dating back to the 7th century. Secondly, this would help me to show what challenges the translator had to face while rendering a sacred text of a religion and a country to which he himself and his audience but they belonged to a different era. There is no question of colonial hegemony here. I would like to introduce Bhavani Prasad Rai before getting into a discussion of his poem. He was born in the village of Kathalia in the Moyamonshingo district of what is now Bangladesh. He was orphaned at an early age and he was blind from his birth. And the manuscript of his poem dates from the 17th century. In order to address the question whether Bhavani Prasad's work can be called translation of culture, a brief overview of the original Durga Saptashti appears to be indispensable. A part of the Markandeya Purana, this 700 verse text is divided into 3 sections, each called a Charitra. And I think most of you know what the Durga Saptashti is all about. And I'm not getting into the 3 stories, the 3 myths that it recounts. But the major features that I deem helpful are, first of all, these 3 myths are narrated by sage Medhas to King Suratha and the merchant Samadhi, and it begins and ends with the with the comment, or it is from beginning to end the destiny of King Suratha. It starts with his defeat in the battlefield, and it ends with his the restoration of his kingdom. The text therefore emphasizes a connection between divine authority of the goddess and the royal sovereignty of the human king. Secondly, in the Durga Saptashti, the ultimate reality is conceived of not as a male deity, but as a supreme goddess. While this is unequivocally evident in the 3rd Charitra, in the 2nd Charitra, the Devi's emanation from the collective energies of the gods often problematizes our understanding of the status of the goddess. Thomas Coburn, in his commentary on this episode, says, the ultimate reality in the universe is here understood to be feminine. It is she who succeeds in restoring the mundane equilibrium, a feat that the gods individually and collectively had been unable to accomplish. Moreover, it is clear that Devi, for all her original mundane derivation from the gods, is subsequently understood to be a continuing salvific presence. The episode concludes not by having her re-diffused into the bodies of the gods, but by saying simply, yet suggestively, she vanished. Finally, and it logically follows from what has just been said, the Devi in the Durga Saptashti is by no means identical with Uma Parvati, the consort of Shiva. In the beginning of the 3rd Charitra, the supreme goddess, now called Kaushiki, emerges from Parvati's body and explains to Parvati that she is the one whom the gods are praying to. Coburn in his book has argued how in this passage, Parvati emerges as the lesser manifestation of the supreme goddess and is herself unaware of the latter's presence in her own body. Now I would like to turn to Bhavani Prasad's version and show how he engages with this ancient pan-Indian scripture and tries to negotiate between the text and a 17th century Bengali audience. The first point that should be noted here is that Bhavani Prasad was writing at a time when state power had passed on to the hands of the Muslims, and therefore a direct link between royal power and divine authority was unthinkable. Secondly, researches into the history of the Durga Puja in Bengal in its present form suggest that the festival is of a relatively recent origin. It can hardly be dated to the 16th century, and whatever evidence we have that that advocates or supports an earlier date are all suspect. Thus, it appears that when Bhavani Prasad was composing his work, the autumnal Durga Puja was only in its nascent form in Bengal, and therefore the poet was not merely translating a sacred text, but also trying to use the sacred text in order to popularize a festivity which had gained popularity only in the recent years. Thirdly, by the 17th century, the identification of Durga and Uma Parvati had already been established satisfactorily. Therefore, despite acknowledging that Durga Mahishasura Mardini is indeed the supreme self and a personification of Parabrahman, Bhavani Prasad goes back and forth between her status as Shiva's consort and as the divine creatrix of the universe. Now, We may take for case study 3 selected passages from Bhavani Prasad's poem. Let us begin with the beginning. Bhavani Prasad is writing an independent text, unlike the original Durga Saptashiti, which is part of a larger text, the Markandeya Purana. While the entire frame story of Durga Saptashiti is indeed followed by Bhavani Prasad, he chooses to contextualize his content by referring to the legend of Rama's Durga Puja, first mentioned in the medieval Bengali Puranas and then popularized by Krittibash Ojha in his own version of the Ramayana. This serves a two-way process. On the one hand, it elevates the stature of the festival concerned, and on the other, it is possible for him to make his audience identify a link between the local and the pan-Indian in his poem. In this context, it must also be noted that Sanskrit learning in 17th century Bengal was by and large confined to the Brahmin and Brahminized elite, and Bhavani Prasad's attempt was one of the first to present the myth of Durga in the language of the masses. Secondly, and more importantly, Bhavani Prasad quite successfully superimposes the structure of the medieval Bengali Mongol Kabbo on the Durga Saptashiti. All the major Mongol Kabbos are premised on the concerned deity's struggle and success in establishing his or her worship in the mortal world. And here too, the poet makes Parvati request Shiva to allow her to go to her own father's home in order to initiate her worship. Initially, Shiva is reluctant to allow her to go to see her parents as the episode of Daksha's sacrifice is still fresh in his mind, but upon learning Parvati's real intention, he relates. Thus, Bhavani Prasad anticipates the popular 18th century Bengali Agamoni and Vijaya poems that celebrate all these themes of Uma's longing for her parents' home, Shiva's initial reluctance and eventual submission to her will, her homecoming for 3 days, and the sad moment of her return to Kailasa on Vijayadashami. To return to the main topic of my presentation, I would like to argue that by inserting this distinctly regional dimension into his own translation of the Durga Saptashati, Bhavani Prasad is certainly translating more than just the literary text. A translation becomes more meaningful when it is read in the light of the translator's intention and also when the target audience or reader is taken into account. The politics of translation, therefore, can often be found in the preface or the introduction, as is famously the case with John Dryden, Rabindranath Tagore, Buddhadev Boshu, and many other reputed translators of the world. Bhavani Prasad, who belonged to the 17th century, has left no formal preface for his book, as the practice was not known to him, and this beginning remains as an unconscious or implicit testament of his approach to his subject, and it speaks loads on the balance that he had sought to strike between the pan-Indian and local traditions. The second passage that I would like to focus on is the one in which the goddess emerges from the collective energies of the male gods.
One example is good enough. May conclude now, please.
Okay, so I would like to conclude by saying that Bhavani Prasad, in his attempt to translate a sacred text belonging to the same religious lore but from a different era, produces a work that supplants the symbolic network embedded in the original with an altogether different tone. It may be argued that Bhavani Prasad has failed to do justice to the culture that dictates the style, tone, spirit, and content of the original, but at the same time, he has ironically been successful in translating his own culture and reading the same into a text that belongs to a different culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry to intervene. There is nothing to, no comment on the quality of your paper, only the question of time. And then such a wonderful paper, but you assume that all of us know about Durga Saptashati. It is not so. Perhaps a larger situation with some 40 minutes, yeah, it would have been much better if there was some kind of foreground about the text at the beginning, but it was impossible in this. Thank you very much. And particularly for taking up a translation or a perceived translation of It's a 17th century, which is not done usually. Wonderful scholarship. And I would also like to thank Sayantan with a very focused, short, brief, but very focused paper, and raising certain issues that come out of practical translation. And in Senthil, the Center for Translation in Jadavpur University, which is spearheaded by Sayantan, they have been doing wonderful works. Only recently I have read a book. It's literature from Sundarban area. They compiled a number of stories from the Sundarban areas and published it into a book form. Wonderful young scholars are keeping it up really. And though we are almost, it's time for lunch, but if you have any anyone here, because at least a few scholars were through the entire session. So if you want to ask anything, want to make any comment, yes, Jansi, please. Can you give the
Thank you for the wonderful, wonderful presentations and papers. I just wanted to mention something as a translator also. You see, this question has to be answered in the affirmative, no doubt about it. But one of the challenges the major challenge that a translator faces is untranslatability. So linguistic untranslatability and cultural untranslatability. So how does a translator deal with this question of untranslatability? It is 100% sure that some cultural aspects cannot be translated into another language. Only the source language can translate. The second thing that I wanted to mention is even if it occurs in the original language, in the source language, unless there is an explanation, not many may understand. For example, Anandamurti's Samskar. If it is translated into English, other people would wonder, what is all this hubbub about cremation? Disposing a body, a dead body, but its cultural ramifications are, tremendous. And only that particular culture can explain that. Second thing is, language and culture. It is so deeply connected, basically connected. Just one example and I'll stop it. In Kerala, a small state, central part of Kerala, southern part of Kerala, northern part of Kerala. Very different usages, very different terminology. So Wakim Muhammad Bashir, the very famous writer, his book, Ndupapakku Ranindar, it means, my father had an elephant. So when Asher, a British, translated it into English, Ndupapakku Ranindar is a very informal, colloquial way of saying, my grandfather had an elephant. He didn't do that. Then he would spoil the culture of Northern Malabar culture of that particular usage. So he said, me granddad had an elephant. So all apostrophized. So this connection between language and culture and the untranslatability that raises, how does a translator solve this issue?
Yeah, very, very pertinent questions. But I would tell you, when I was translating E.R. Anantamurthy's short story collection, Wakim Muhammad Bashir, are you talking of Puban Banana and other stories? Penguin collection. And when I was translating E.R. Anantamurthy into Bengali, and I am a Bengali, but I don't know, I am Kannada. Anantamurthy is a Kannadika, but he doesn't know Bengali. But we did the translation on some 22 sittings with the author and me, and there was a lady who translated it into English, his collection. So we three sat together. There were 22 sessions, and ultimately I could produce a book published in Bengali. It's called Surjer Ghoda Onnanno Golpo. He had that Horse for the Sun story. So this question of untranslatability is really a serious question. As a translator, I would say there is no untranslatability. I would like to say, I would have to face the situation. I would have to find out a narrative, a strategy of transference from one language into another. I would have to break my head upon it, whether to, if necessary, whether to give a footnote, whether to give a some explanation, or if a Sanskara-like situation happens, maybe I would like to write an introduction explaining the prevailing custom in Kannada. But if we for once accept that there is untranslatability, then our very purpose will be defeated. Would you like to add something?
Just to add to what Nirmala was saying, an episode comes to my mind that in an American university classroom where I landed, and the story that was taught before I arrived was Premchand's story, in which the sentence was translated by an American translator. Hindi में वो था यही मनुष्य का धर्म है, and the translator had done it. This is man's religion. So I happened to look at the 30 answer scripts of students, and it took me 2 classes to explain that dharma here is not religion. So untranslatability relates to that, but I really very well agree with you that after all, you have to do that. So even if it's not religion, it is something else. Like for example, sanskar, you cannot translate into English. Sanskar is such a huge word, just as I said, hijran, but you have to negotiate. Not sometimes, or not all the time by giving a gloss, but inbuilt kind of a situation in which you develop a sentence or a couple of sentences which carry forward the meaning of sanskara or dharma or hijr or visal.
But then what you said about this Vaikam Muhammad Bashi's story, that is a very bad translation. Because that destroys the very nuance of a particular language. Yeah, true. Lost it. Even William Radice, while translating Tagore, in Bengali, she refers to both his or her. So there was a correct character called Banamali, and there was a lot of she in the story. And as Banamali ends with Dirghai, long E, and most of the Bengali women's name are with long E. So Radice concluded that he must be a girl, but Banamali was a man. Professor Ganguly.
Sir, I would substantiate this thing, whatever she said, that sometimes it's really, really hard for a translator to translate because every word, there are certain words that carry the whole culture with them. Like there is, when I was translating one Bengali poem to Hindi, then there was one word, bhela. Bhela is a local, Bengali people must be knowing that local banana stem boat made. But in Hindi, we don't have any word for it. Like for punya, the Sanskrit shabd punya, there is no translation exact for punya. There is no translation, one word translation for sukha. Sukh, because I have done a lot of research for these two words, sukha and punya. I have consulted all the thesaurus, all the English, whatever is available, but I couldn't find one word, one equivalent to sukha, one equivalent to punya.
Got your point. Got your point. Please pass on to Professor Ganguly. See, this your point is well taken, but this is there in every language. You meet such situation at every stage in translation. There will be colloquial words in a language, and if you are translating to English is another thing. That is what you are doing. But it can be translated well, perhaps into from Bengali into Assamese. You go, Vela is there. There's no problem there. Yes, sir.
Okay. No, I would just like to remind you of something that Octavio Paz, the great uh, Mexican who was here as ambassador, as a great poet, and what he taught, what he learned from India. I mean, he has said a few things about this question of translation and translatability. And, he refuses to use the word translation. Instead of translation, he prefers transcreation, imitation, transformation, but he never uses the word translation. He says that such a word can only be used in very particular, where there is total precision. For example, he gives the example of Goethe's Faust being translated by Nerval, and he, during the last part of his life, he preferred to read his own Faust in French rather than in German, because that translation he called translation because it produced in him the same vivaciousness as the original. So unless this dynamic equivalence is very apt, Octavio Paz refuses to call that a translation. I mean, he gives the example of what Paul Valery, said about translation. And, he says when the writer writes originally, he is also undergoing a sense of plurality. He has to choose. Either he writes this or he writes that. So there is a plurality whenever the original writer is writing. So why can't a translation also carry that plurality, which is the characteristic of the original? These are the questions that he raises. That's all. Thank you.
So it means, these issues are being thought globally. As you are bringing up Octavio Paz, so did many other writers abroad, particularly theory. Even Derrida wrote a lot about translation. So unless any of my panelists have anything to say, but you have to be very brief.
I would like to he just referred to Derrida, and I would like to mention Derrida's essay, What is a Relevant Translation? There he is drawing the analogy from Merchant of Venice, Shakespeare's play, where actually a bond is signed and you will have to respect that bond. But actually, in reality, there can be no equivalence between human flesh and money. But once the bond is forged, you will have to abide by the terms of the bond. So yes, that untranslatability, but then within that bond, there is always a possibility of untranslatability, because finally the bond, Shylock is boomeranged by his own weapon because he is jailed. So there is always that process of something that is deferred. Yes, so I agree.
So I'll hand over to Jesslyn. I only have to thank my panelists, wonderful panel, and to all of you who have stayed back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. If you visit Korea, they ask you, again, cultural translation, they'll say, have you had rice? Which really means hello. So if you turn around and say, no, I had noodles, you've not understood their culture. So questions of translation exist all over the world. You have given us a lot of food for thought. And right now, our thoughts are going towards food. So we'll like to thank you all very much. The chair, Shri Nirmal Kanti Bhattacharya, Shri Shantayan Dasgupta, Shri Chandrakant Patil, Shri Anisur Rahman, Shri Soham Pain, and Shri Chandrasekhar Hota. Thank you so much. We'd like to take a photograph with the panelists. So if you would just come to the front of the dais. Thank you. And we'd like to thank all the people who came to attend this session.
the papers regularly for the last few days. The ox, the left one of the yoke, passed away last April. It was over a year since my younger granddaughter developed epilepsy. My better half has not been keeping too well either. Her legs are swollen, taut like drums because of rheumatic pain. I sprayed through the nose at the doctors at Arambagh and Bishnupur. No improvement whatsoever. All this only for a letter, I write all this only for a letter to be forwarded to Priyanka. I don't have her address or else I would not bother you. But then there is something else. The letter will have to be translated into Hindi or English. There is no one here for Hindi rendering. I had approached two for the English translation. Both teach English, one at a college and the other at a school. But both of them told me that there are lots of people to worry about Indira Gandhi's granddaughter. I need not bother. What a damn fool thing to say. Should not we be near to those we vote for year after year? Can we really afford to ignore how they all faring in life when people from upstream villages get together and sign petitions to be sent to them whenever there is a drought or flood or even the price of fertilizer shoots up? They rush to wherever a train is derailed. They fly in the sky whenever there are floods. We must be around them in their time of need and distress. Anyway, I humbly request you to please forward the attached letter to Priyanka and oblige. Namaskar. 29th August 2000. Yours sincerely, I remain Nongor Chandra Medda. Then the actual letter going to Priyanka Gandhi. Dear blessed Ma Priyanka, I was delighted to learn that you were in the family way in a news item in the Ajkal some days ago. You would not know me, but I had seen your grandmother. She was going to Bishnupur in the district of Bankura from Kolkata in an open car, say some 30 years back. She had also halted for a while at the metal road crossing beyond our village. Dr. Bhavatos Mukherjee, LMF Calcutta, had garlanded your grandmother. Their maid confided the affair to the doctor's wife. Livid as she was, Bhavatos' wife left for her father's place for a whole month because her husband garlanded Indira Gandhi. And I read in the newspapers that medical tests say that you will have a boy child. These are new things. In our days, we got to know when the child was born. And what is the point? Whatever is given by God ought to be accepted by you in joy. However, does it matter? Is it a boy or a girl? If it is a girl like your granny, she will be light up the whole world. You are the granddaughter of that grandmother. Why would you bother whether it is a bull or a cow? It is not that a few from the village do not have secret tests done on expectant women to find out whether it is a colt or a filly. I don't know it for a fact, but they say that the rice mill owner, Jogendotto's daughter-in-law, had such a test. People say the fruit was nipped in the bud because it had turned out to be a female. Now, that is terrible. It is true that a son will earn a lakh of rupees as dowry, but if everyone has sons, who will give the dowry? If all the cows start pulling plows, what will be the milkman do? I read in the newspaper that delivery cost would be around 10 lakhs. What way begone times are we going through? Formerly a lakhpati,
a person who has 1 lakh was a big man. Now nothing below courts counts. I'm coming at the end part of the story. There is no trusting these hospital people nowadays. They usually would give you a short script in counting saline and blood bottles. Before leaving the hospital, take the account of the medicine given and find out how many bottles of saline and blood had been given. They had billed you for one extra border of, they had billed you for one extra bottle of saline in my younger daughter's case. Sondha, my daughter keeps her wits about her, and the money was finally returned. I saw in the paper that you had a slight fever. Not to worry. Pains and aches and a little fever are common at this juncture, but don't go in the medicines in a hurry. But don't go for medicines in a hurry. That would be terrible. If your diet is fine, you have no worries. Never bother at all whether it's a boy or a girl. That will affect your health. We are getting on in age, biding our time with cowries in hand by the river of life and attachment. Soon as the cow comes, we'll hold on its tail and get across to the other bank of oblivion. Before that, our only joy is to have a glimpse of the grandchildren. We light up your homes. My better half has offered her prayers and preached 16 annas at the Kali temple for you. If your grandmother were here, she would bother about all these only because she is not around to worry. Please do take care, my child. God be with you. Nothing more really. Our blessings are always with you. Village and Post Gelia, Police Station Joypur, District Bankura, PIN 722154. Yours sincerely, your well sir, Nongo Chando Mehta. Thank you.
So it was a part of your novel. I don't know what are different crafts. So just story within story. So yes, I would like to request Miss Sumitra Dharam Singh Wasabi to read her story.
सभी को जय आदिवासी जिंदाबाद। मैं महाराष्ट्र से हूँ और ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी से हूँ और मेरी जो लैंग्वेज है वो मथवाड़ी भाषा में मेरी कहानी है। पहले तो मैं कहानी का सार सुनाना चाहती हूँ, इसके बाद में कहानी सुनाऊंगी। मेरी कहानी का नाम है वेणु। उसका हिंदी में अनुवाद करें तो वंश तालिका। तो मैं पहले मेरी जो कथा है उसका मैं परिचय देना चाहती हूँ। वेणु ये कथा एक खारकी बाई नाम की महिला पर आधारित है, जिनको वंश तालीम के हिसाब से डायन ठहराया जाता था। वो भी एक आम इंसान महिला है, परंतु उनकी माँ को और दादी को पहले डायन ठहराया गया था। वैसे ही उनको भी उनको और उनकी आने वाली पीढ़ी को भी डायन ठहराया जाता है। वैसे ही खारकीबाई और उनकी 2 बेटियां भी वह आज डायन के शिकार है और वह कलंक सह रही है, इस कथा में है। गांव में कोई दुखद घटना घटी तो खारकीबाई खारकीबाई की ओर उंगलियां उठाई जाती है, क्योंकि वो वंश तालिका के हिसाब से वो डायन है। इसीलिए उस घटना का कारण वह खारकीबाई होगी। कुछ घटना घटी तो उस घटना का कारण वो खारकीबाई होगी, यह अनुमान निकाला जाता है। वो बहुत बहुत मेहनती है, फटे संसार को जोड़कर संसार का गाड़ा उठाती है। उनको गांव की शादियां और कुछ प्रोग्राम में आने जाने का अनुमति नहीं है। कुछ दुखद घटना हुई तो उनको बहुत डर लगता है, इस कहानी में है। एक बार गांव में एक 5 साल के बच्चे की मौत हो जाती है, सर्पदोष सांप के काटने से मौत हो जाती है। और इसके वजह से उनको और ये करने के लिए उसको उसको ठहराया जाता है, ये डायन है, उसने ही किया है, ये ठहराया गया था। इसलिए ये सुनकर मतलब उनको जब डायन ठहराया था, उनकी जमीन की जो पेड़ के नीचे की जमीन है वो खिसक जाती है और बहुत वो ये हो जाती है, इस कथा में है। और मैं वो कथा मेरी भाषा में सुनाती हूँ, मथवाड़ी भाषा में। सातपुड़ा डोगो में है सातू अन सेनवाले पुडू तीनों खाड़ अन ती खाड़ी में है मेरे एक गांव ओय, तिया गांवो नाव डेण को तोय। गांव ते कोई ते जंगलों में है अन मेरे मेरे डोगो गांव भारी दिखाए। पण कोय सेटे सेटे गांव सरदार सरोवर प्रकल्प बादी ते तिही काजे बादी जमीन पायो में है बुडीत हुई। आज भी खेल परिवारों जमीन काय नहा। आज भी या गांवों में है खेल माहे पोटू पोई नौकाचे है जंगल वेसालित कोई ते खेते कोईत खाते। ते सरकारी योजना देख सेटे होय गांवों में है हाजू सोडक आणि वाट बी काय नहा। निसाले होय पण मास्तर काय नहा, दवाखाने होय पण डॉक्टर काय नहा। तिही काजे जनावर सावयो आणि जनावर सावणारो माहू आणि खाली उनारी बोय यहाँ मोहूस पड़े हैं। एती बादी ओळसणी में हे जीवनारो माहू निसालो देख आणि विज्ञानो देख सेटरोनारो माहू मूठ आण बोडवा या देख कहा सेटे रोनारो। या गांव में है एक परिवार रोय, ओ परिवार भी निसाल विकास योजना या देख सेटे। या परिवारों में है पादेच हाथ माहे होय, हाथ माहे को वालू को वाली आणि तिया पास पोरिये। तिया में है तीन पोरी आणि बेन पोऱ्या। को वाला नाम सामू आणि को वाले नाम खारकी। ताई पुरी नाव रोमका ती फासाडी सोमका माल्यू पाल्यू आणि सोना। एको इते तिया परिवार पण तिया में एक भी ने पोरेस निसालम जाए। खारकी बाय एक खूप मेहनती वाली बाय, आखा परिवार हो पोटू तारवी नारे ही खारकी बाई काम होय। को वालू सापट्यू ती काजे तिया किजने आधार तिया तिया काम हुरुपीत आवीत बोई पोऱ्या हा कोमेहे देख ओळीत काढिनो अन्न देनो बस। या व्यतिरिक्त खारकीबाई देखा हूँ पातली अन उसी डीनो में है एक नीलो रंगो फाड़ू साको तो भी ये दी हाबू ने मिले है न हो। गाँव में है एक घटना हुई तब खारकीबाई माथे पड़े, कहा की ती खारकीबाई याही भी आणि याही भी तिया गाँव में है माहे ई ढाकणो काढे। तिही काजे गाँव में है माहे ई कोई की माणावे ना बियाणू माणूच रोनारू। तिही काजे हे गाँव में है एकू माहू मोयो मांदवाडे पड्यो डोगरो बोकडो मोयो खेतों में ही नुकसान हुई ते भी खारकीबाई माथे पड़े। तिही काजे खारकीबाई ए गाँव में है वेहवाल वाजो रोय मोया तो ते भी ने जाए। एक वहा एकीच घटना हुई। एक 5 वर्षा पोर्यो को महे रोम्या को तिही इवा सावयो बोडवाहीने तिंडे ती हा किजने हुयो त्या किजने हुयो हाब जाती जनावर होतो पोर्यो ने वसायो पोऱ्या तालाव फुटीत कोईत मोहित गयो। गाँव में है बादे माहे टिग बोले पण खारकीबाई काय ना हवी। तिही बीक होती की माथे पोडे कोयते आणि तो जोवणारी गोठते उभीच मोनार पोर्यो ओजी दे दो अना बेन दिही फासाडी बिहिरा गाँव में है पुड्याय गोये आणि पुडी फोडीत नेतावये ते खारकीबाई नावे। ए गोठ उन्हाई ते खारकीबाई गुडा हेलाई फोड्या पण ते की कोणारी गाववाले बादे एकी बोले आणि खारकीबाई परिवारे एकी बोले एकनुचे वेल हस्ती वेले कुकडे धारे डेंगारे तोड तोड कोते कोते मेरे मेरे आडीनो आवाज આવ્યું डाकणो बाथी नहीं खानो वेले कहनो नाग्यो ओमे कहा को में निकायत रोई बादो उनाईत खारकी बाई आणि ती पोरी थुरथुर कापे बोले आणि को वालू हुरिपीत पोळीत रोयू ओ जो उवीत रोयो तिया 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 किजने मुंदू तिया किजने मुंदू सुनी सुनी पोरियो पाजो सुनी पोज रोयो राडना पोयू रोटू राडना पोज रोयो आखू दिही काम कोईत आवीत केती वेले पोटाम ओन जाय या वाट पालणारे पोरे आणि तिया याही बाथू आवाज उनाई ते पोटा मेरी फूक का गोई तिया पोत्तू नाही बाथू आवाज बी वादू बोली आना को पो डेंगारा पोड्या बोल्या तोडो 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 आना को वाले को कोने बोले निही कोने बोले निही ने तो ओमेस को पेटाड़ी ती हूँ को पेटाड़ी दे दो तिही काजे है बारकी बाई को पेटाड़ी दे तिही काजे बारकी बाई को में देख बाथी नहीं हूँ पड्यो वोडी हिम्मत कोई जेम तेम बाथू गुडू टाक्यू आणि धोड़ो धोड़ो डेंगारा उपो पोड़ा बोल्या जेहे डेंगारा पोड़े तेहे खारकी बाई जोरे जोरे आड़े मीना खादो माहुमा देहा या मोई बा मोई पण देनारा माहू हूँ किजने मेर माया आवी देनो सालूज मेक्यो दे खारकीबाई सामलावीत टाकी आणि मोईत गोई कोते देणारे जाते रोये को में पोरे पाथे नहीं है आणि या उठ कोई उठाडे बोले पोरे रोडे बोले या उठ है कोई ते खारकीबाई जीवित उठी आणि जेमतेम रात काढी आणि जो आथो माव्यो तो विसित ने दो जो बिडारो आथो मायो तो विसित ने दो आणि सेटे जंगल में है जिही माहू नजर भी ने आवे तिही जात खुपडी बांधित आणि नवीन जीवन जीविनो चालू होयो आज खारकीबाई बेन पोरी जुवान जबान आवीत गोई पण वेहवाल नहा उवित रह्यो जे फुसे आवे ते वेणू तपासे आणि याही डाकणो को ते फुसनारे भाषे होलीच जाते इसका मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसका सार मैंने बता दिया है तो ट्रांसलेट करने की जरूरत नहीं है थैंक यू थैंक यू
Thank you, Srimati Sumitra Pasave. I would like to request Mr. Nabakumar Nangmei Kapan to read his story.
The name of my short story is Doomsday. The burning situation, the turmoil of Malibu. Doomsday, translated by Oinam Anand. On seeing some men entering his gate, Prasanta's seated heart began to throb under his ribs, and he stood on the veranda with his legs trembling. While Prasanta was standing flabbergastingly, the man in the lead said, Hey, Nepali Bhaiya, I think you have known the present war between the Meiteis and the Kukis. Our small tribe is fighting with a larger tribe. Though the Assam rifles are in our full backing, we are very tired and drained. In order to feed our warriors, you and your villagers will have to cook mutton, beef, and rice, then bring it to our warfield daily. Each household of your village must raise money amounting to rupees 30 lakhs for buying bombs, guns, and bullets and hand it to us, lest this cooking and feeding will continue until our demands are met. For an alternative choice, your tribe have to join our small tribe in inheriting the Metis. Otherwise, all of your houses will be burned down and all the women and children will be shot there. Prasanta, the village chief, with tears in his eyes and weeping in convulsive breath, said, Babu, please don't say like that. We are the poor Nepalis living only in about 60 families here. Please have mercy on us, Babu. The Kuki leader further said, Baya, in the battlefield, we have no mercy at all. We must win this war. Say yes or no. So much conclusion is held in Prasanta's head that his hair stand on one end. Falling at the feet of the leader, he said, weeping, Babu, how can I answer it now without consulting my villagers? In a pit of rage, the man said, you are the village chief. You did, why did you come as if you can't fulfill it? As you fell in your duty, we shall send you to heaven right now. When the man put the barrel of his gun on the head of the Prasanta and about to click the trigger, women, children, and the other family members of Prasanta ran out from the house and all Prasantas crying aloud. As the crowd increased, the man assessed the situation, turned his AK-47 rifle from Prasanta's to hyper tight at the end of the courtyard and shot directly on its forehead. The cow fell down, kicked its leg for a while, and then remained silent. The leader said, you don't feel well in killing an animal, then I have done it for you. Now we are going to finish the Meitei village. Prepare it, cook, and finish it in time so that we can eat when we return. For today, arrange only 400 men. If we fail to return in time, you should check our location and bring the food at that place. No compromise. We are going. When the men had gone, Prasanta narrated the whole episode to those who came to his house. The news spread all over the village quickly. In no time, a crowd gathered full at the courtyard of the Prasanta. Surja Bahadur, who is said to be a well-versed man in the matter, gave his opinion. There were only 3 Kuki households families in this village. They were invited Myanmaris to live here, and now after a decade, the number of Kuki families are increased to about 400. During the discussion, there came the topic of the preparation of food for the pork monsters. How can vegetarian Hindus cook the cow, which they regard as the embodiment of the Lord Krishna? No one agreed. Dina Bahadur, a news correspondent, said in a furious tone, the Kukis, the illegal immigrants from neighboring Myanmar and Bangladesh came covertly into Manipur. They not only cleared the reserve forest area by cutting down trees and made new villages, but also earned a huge money by planting poppy plants. The region where they live have become an epicenter of drugs, and the Manipur government is trying to prevent it. As the government becomes an obstacle in their activities, the Chin Kuki rebels who are waging war with the Myanmar junta and the Kuki militant who are in suspension of shoe. So, with the Indian government waged war together against the indigenous Meiteis, a tribe in which the Manipur chief minister belongs. The Meiteis retaliate only for self-defense. In the last 3 decades, the Kukis fought with the Nagas, with the Paites, with the Karbis, and now with the Meiteis. They write their history fictionally. They tell many lies in order to draw sympathy from outside the state, and the aid which they receive from foreign countries are used in killing the Meiteis. Prasanta nervously interrupted the speech of the correspondent and said, "Hi, stop. If you hurt your speech, we will die." In order to come into better conclusion, everyone present there has their own points of suggestion in the matter. One proposes a point, another negates it. Everyone hardly heard each other. Some became furious, while some pacified them. From a distance, a pre-burst firing sound of gun was heard, and crowd turned around the show. The black smoke rising in the pool from the Meitei village, in which direction the armed cookies had gone. Prasanta, the village chief, had been distracting this with dreamy and despairing thoughts. How can use amount be contributed from those who are now earning our daily bread by selling milk and vegetable plucked from the hills? How can the people of this small Nepali village would, whose houses are like that of pig pen and chicken coop, give the amount until the demand amount is paid? The villagers have to feed the pork monsters daily if we ran away as a whole from the village, only to find our houses in ash. When we return home after the war ended, where shall we live then? Whom have we to approach if we obey the cookies and the Meiteis knew it? Then, will not the Meiteis turn against us? Shall we go to the Meiteis for our protection? If it is known to the monsters that will happen, then though we approach the government to deploy security personnel in our village, there were no such deployment even in the infected Meitei villages who had approached earlier, and killing the arsoning depend in many houses. What is the use of the informing them if they are deployed? It is said that they remain as a mute spectators at the activities of the cookies militants. If they come here so far is itself for us in this war. Peace seems to have no end if the village continues to kill the pork monsters. In this way, all the goats, sheep, cows of the village will be depleted when we become bankrupt. We cannot feed them, and in that situation, then if they come and kill us all, shall we pay their money by selling our kidney, each of its family members? Then who will buy 30 kidneys in bulk at a time? Shall we all run away, leaving all our houses? But how can we carry our along our cattle? Where shall we take asylum, and how can we earn for our livelihood? Yeah, if there is no money, how can we send our children to school? Then they will become dishwashers and cleaners in the hotels, work as servant in other house. Prasanta came to change when he heard a gunshot and found that many armed Kuki militants standing before him. Three crippled Meiteis were also made to stand in the midst. He could not expect to see as they brought the Meiteis in a pathway in the nose of Assam Rifles, who came here to keep peace. The leader said, "Where are our foe?" While puzzling how to answer the question, a loud bursting sound of the guns were heard, and with that, the 3 Meiteis fell flat on the ground. Then his first son and other 4 Nepali Jews who were taking part in the discussion were carried away at gunpoint towards the hilltop. Prasanta thought by seeing them, what would be the consequence of it? Almost reserve forest hills of Manipur were settled by illegal immigrant cookies after deforestation and the cultivated poppy plants, resulting in an epicenter of the international narco drugs. When the government of Manipur banned it, cookies began killing Meiteis at sight and set to fire all Meitei villages adjacent to them. The government of India deployed thousands of army and in silent mode for the last 10 months without uttering even a single word. There were innumerable social media proofs that army was backing narco terrorists in the name of Shu. It deepens the situation day by day. Why now? Almost Jews of all castes in this state undergo war training. What will be the consequence of this? Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Naval Kumarji. I'd like to request Mr. Kailas Sada to read his story.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Sahitya Akademi. मुझे लगा आखिर शायद थकाने वाला होता है, पर आखिर थोड़ा जल्दी आ गया, तो मैं थोड़ा ज्यादा टाइम लूंगा. मेरी कहानी थोड़ी सी लंबी है, और जहां पर whenever you feel it is tiring you or irritating you, please say me, I'll stop it and sit down. कहानी का शीर्षक है मौत की हत्या. मौत की हत्या. उसके बेटे ने उसका गला घोंटकर उसे बेदर्दी से मार दिया था. नहीं, वैसे नहीं जैसे आजकल के लड़के अपने पिता की बेइज्जती करके उसका जीना हराम कर देते हैं, उनको मानसिक रूप से गला दबाकर मार देते हैं. नहीं, वैसे नहीं, बिल्कुल वैसे जैसे कोई किसी की नसों को तब तक दबा के रखता है जब तक नसें खिंचकर तन न जाए, आंखें बदहवासी में बाहर आकर सच्चाई को देख समझने के लिए अचंभित न हो जाए, और चेहरा पसीने में सर्द न हो जाए. ठीक वैसे जैसे अपने बलवान होने के एहसास मात्र से हम सामने वाले को मसल कर पूरा कर देना चाहते हैं और मसलने का पूरा मजा लेना चाहते हैं. बाप का चेहरा बिल्कुल ठंडा पड़ गया था, जैसे जिंदगी की सारी बर्फ जिंदगी से निकलकर उसके चेहरे पर फैल गई थी. तब भी वो बिल्कुल शांत था, तब भी उसने कोई जल्दबाजी नहीं की. अपना पसीना पिता के शर्ट से पोंछा, जैसे उसका पिता अपने चश्मे पर पानी के छींटे मारकर पोंछता था. जब सपनों के सारे रास्ते आवश्यकताओं से अपनी चालाक सांठ गांठ कर बैठते हैं, तब उन सपनों को उन रास्तों में ही मार देना एक आवश्यकता बन जाता है. और तब भी जब कुछ खाना मदोश बंजारे ख्याल अपने चटक रंगीनी कपड़ों के साथ आवारा वीरानी में आके रहने लग जाते हैं, तब वही सपने उनका पेट भरने के लिए उनके सामने डालना जरूरी हो जाता है. नहीं, वैसे नहीं जैसे कोई ज्यादा महत्वाकांक्षी हो या पिता के मरने से उसे कोई बड़ी दौलत मिलने वाली हो, वैसे भी नहीं। उसके अपने किए के सारे नुकसान पता थे उसे। अपने पिता की इतनी शिथिलता देख उसने कोई ठंडी सांस भी नहीं भरी, बस पसीना पोंछा और घर से बाहर निकल आया। कोई आत्मग्लानि नहीं, कोई आंतरिक पाप का एहसास नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं था। न कोई पुलिस का डर, न कोई भविष्य की चिंता, नहीं कोई इतना बड़ा काम करके वो खुद को हल्का महसूस कर रहा था। कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं जो अपने अंदर में अपनी रिक्तता से भरा हो या अपनी भरावट में कुछ खाली हो। बाहर बरामदे में आकर उसने मोबाइल खोला, टाइम देखा, रात के 9 बजे थे। बाहर हल्की हल्की बूंदाबांदी हो रही थी, मानसून के दिन थे। उसे याद आया पानी 2-3 दिनों से लगातार गिर रहा है। उसने जलाने के लिए सिगरेट निकाली, पर जलाने से पहले उसे भूख का एहसास हुआ। उसने सिगरेट डब्बी में डाली, वापस अंदर मुड़कर किचन की ओर जाने लगा। जाते हुए पहले उसने उस कमरे की तरफ अपनी नजर, ऊपरी नजर डाली। पिता वैसे ही शिथिल पड़ा था। उसे याद आया कि खाने में आज पिता ने पकोड़े तलने की बात कही थी। उसने हाट पाट खोला, अंदर कुछ रोटियों के साथ बहुत सारे पकोड़े रखे थे जो उसे बहुत अच्छे लगते थे। झटझट वो पकोड़े रोटी में गाड़ कर खाने लगा। उसे लगा खाते हुए वो जल्दबाजी और आवाज कर रहा है। उसने अपनी आवाज को हल्का करके रोटी पूरी की, बर्तन रखे और एक नजर कमरे में अपने पिता को दोबारा देखता हुआ बाहर बूंदाबांदी के दायरे में दाखिल हो गया। बाहर उसने अपने शरीर को भीगने दिया। पानी की बूंदें पड़ने से उसका बदन पानी के एहसास में हल्का लहराकर उस मौसम में एडजस्ट हो गया। कुछ बूंदें सहसा उड़कर उसके जहन के अलबेले कोने पर बिखरने लगी। आज उसने उन्हें बिखरने दिया, जबकि हमेशा उसे उन बाहरी बूंदों के लिए सारी खिड़कियां बंद करनी चाहिए थी। उन बूंदों के लिए अंदर थोड़ी सी जगह भी छोड़ने का प्रयास नहीं किया था। कभी कभी उन प्रयासों से बाहर निकलने का पछतावा भी होता था, पर आज उसे कोई पछतावा भी नहीं था। उसने अपनी हथेलियों की ओर देखा, वहां कोई भी निशान नहीं था, बस पानी की बूंदें गिरकर हथेली की लकीरों को धुंधला करके डुबो रही थी। उसने अपने हाथ को झटक कर अपने कदम जारी रखे। अपने साथ घटती हर घटना दुर्घटना का कोई जायज आधार जब तक हमें न मिले, तो कोई घुटन अंदर में जन्म लेकर अपना आकार बढ़ाती जाती है। और हर जायज आधार के बारे में अपने हिसाब से सोचने की हमारी आदत अपनी सोच में हमारे अस्तित्व को अजीब शरारती नजरों से देखने लगती है। क्या उसने पिता को मार देने का पूरा सुख प्राप्त किया था? वो सोचने लगा। जो उसने एक समय से चाहा था और कितनी बार कोशिश भी की थी, उसने अपने आप में कोई परिवर्तन महसूस नहीं किया। क्या उस कई बार की कोशिश में उसे थकाकर उस सुख से वंचित कर दिया था? क्या अंजाम तक पहुंचने हमारे सारे प्रयास हमें थकाकर बेहिस बना देते हैं? उसके अंदर किसी हानि या लाभ का कोई भी आभास नहीं था। पिता ने किसी भी तरह का कोई विरोध क्यों नहीं किया था? उसकी सोच में करवट बदली। उसने क्यों खुद को बचाने की कोशिश नहीं की, न ही आती हुई मौत पे कोई विजय पाने की कोई आवाज भी नहीं की थी? क्या अपने पिता के हाथों हत्या के घिनौने एहसास ने उसे शर्मसारी में बेआवाज कर दिया था? या उसके अंदर भी वही चाहत छुपी हुई थी? क्या वो खुद चाह रहा था कि वो उसे मार कर खत्म कर दे और उसके अस्तित्व को बिखरा कर किसी अंजाम तक पहुंचा सके? उसका मरना क्या उसे कोई सुख देने वाला था? अगर ऐसा था, फिर तो उससे बहुत बड़ी गलती हो गई थी। उसने वो सुख उसे क्यों दिया? वो ठिठक कर रुक गया और पीछे देखने लगा। पीछे वो घर बहुत पीछे छोड़ आया था। अचानक उसने देखा कि एक तेज रफ्तार सफेद कार उसकी तरफ बढ़ रही है। उसे लगा शायद ये उसका वहम है, पर नहीं, कार उसकी तरफ ही आ रही थी। अपनी स्पीड को बढ़ाते हुए अगर वो ऐन वक्त पर झट से एक तरफ नहीं हो जाता, तो वो कार उसके ऊपर चढ़कर उसके शरीर के टुकड़े टुकड़े कर देती। जो उसके पास से एक झटके के साथ जू की आवाज करके निकल तो गई, पर उसकी जान थोड़ी देर के लिए एक जगह रुककर अनबैलेंस होकर अपना अस्तित्व टटोलने लगी। जहन शून्य हो गया। आंखें थोड़ी देर के लिए पिता की तरफ बाहर निकल आई। वो अचंभित होकर बहुत देर तक उस जाती हुई कार को देखता रहा। आती हुई मौत को जिंदगी से मारकर उसने खुद को बचाया था, पर वो इतना डरा हुआ क्यों है? उसने सोचा। मौत का इतना खौफ होता है? क्या हर पल जीवन मौत से खुद को बचाने का कोई न दिखाई देने वाला संघर्ष है? अगर मौत अपने आप में कोई खौफ है, तो पिता को थोड़ा भी खौफ क्यों नहीं हुआ था? उसने देखा वो रोड के एक तरफ कच्ची मिट्टी पर पानी के कारण बने कीचड़ में टांगे फैलाए बैठा है। खुद को बचाते उसका पैर कब फिसल गया था उसे पता ही नहीं चला था। कपड़ों के ऊपर जगह जगह रोती हुई काली मिट्टी के दाग पड़ गए थे, जो लैंप पोस्ट की धुंधली रोशनी में और भी खराब नजर आ रहे थे। उसने अपनी हालत देखकर थोड़ी देर के लिए कोफ्त महसूस हुई। कार वाला आखिर उसे क्यों मारना चाहता था? क्या उसे पता चल गया था कि उसने कोई हत्या की है? क्या कत्ल करने वाला का कत्ल कोई पाप नहीं होता? उसने उठकर कार वाले को 2-4 माँ बहन की गालियां देनी चाहिए, पर मुंह से वो शब्द नहीं निकले। भिनभिनाहट की तरह कुछ तो निकला जो वो खुद भी समझ नहीं पाया। उसने पास में गिरे अपने मोबाइल को उठाकर जैसे जैसे तैसे जेब में डाला, जो खुद कीचड़ की वजह से मैला हो गया था, और वापस घर की तरफ मुड़ गया। तब भी थोड़ी देर के लिए वापस लौटती अपनी स्मृतियों में उसे उसके अंदर ऐसा कोई एहसास नहीं जागा जो वो पिता की हत्या को किसी एक ठोस कारण पर ठहरा सके। उसे अपने पिता से बहुत नफरत थी। उसे हमेशा अपना पिता किसी काले अंधेरे तहखाने में बैठा हुआ नजर आया, और उसने हमेशा कुछ सीढ़ियां उतरकर चाहा कि वो अपने पिता के कद तक पहुंच सके, जिससे वो अपने पिता को दिखाई दे। पर हर सीढ़ी उतरते वो और बौना होता जाता था, और उतरते उतरते जब वो उस अंधियारे तहखाने में पहुंचता था तो उसका अपना कोई आकार ही नहीं बचता था। पर पिता हमेशा की तरह वहां बैठा मिलता, अपने पूरे अस्तित्व के साथ, अपने पूरे सुकून के साथ। उसे अपने पिता का ये असकून बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं लगता था। उसे उसका पूरा चेहरा या पूरा अस्तित्व ही बेढंग और बेकार लगता था। समय जब अपनी परिस्थितियों और आयु की खुशियां और तमन्नाएं देकर हमारे सामने चोर नजरों से निकलने लगता है, तब वो समय ही होता है उसे रोकने के लिए। समय और स्रोतों की कदर न करने से आत्माओं में पाप उभर आते हैं। हर सुबह एक तेज धूप निकलती है, नहीं नहीं वैसे नहीं, गरमाने वाली नहीं, शरीर को जलाने वाली। और विशाल विस्तृत फैले हुए रेगिस्तान में बेरहम हवाएं चलने लगती हैं, रेत और सिर्फ रेत पर अपने पैरों के जालिम निशान बनाती। उसने हमेशा उन निशान को मिटाने की भरपूर कोशिश की है। निशान तो फिर भी मिट जाते थे, पर हवाओं के घराने की बेचैन आवाज पता नहीं कहाँ से आ जाती थी। वो जितनी तेज से भागने लगता, उतनी तेज से वो आवाज और उसकी सब प्रतिध्वनियां उसका पीछा करती रहती। उन हवाओं में, उन आवाजों में उसे बस एक ही चेहरा दिखाई देता, पारदर्शी नकाब पहने, सुकून से भरा, व्यंग्यात्मक दृष्टि से देखकर ठठोल करता हुआ चेहरा। पर जब अब उसने उस चेहरे को हमेशा के लिए खत्म कर दिया था। पिता को मारकर उसने हर बात को ही खत्म कर दिया था। फिर भी क्यों उसका दिल आखिर कोई नई बात महसूस नहीं कर रहा था? वो फिर ठिठक कर रुक गया। घर में तो बहुत शोर हो गया होगा, वो सोचने लगा। लोगों को तो उसके पिता के मरने की खबर पड़ गई होगी। बहुत सारे लोग इकट्ठा हो गए होंगे। लाश की बदबू तो बहुत दूर तक सफर करके अपने होने का शिद्दत से एहसास कराती है, इन चलती फिरती जिंदा लाशों से भी ज्यादा। वो इतने शोर में अंदर दाखिल कैसे होगा? कैसे उन लोगों की नजरों का मुकाबला कर पाएगा? अपने इतने बड़े अस्तित्व में खुद को बेनकाब होने से कैसे बचा पाएगा? हर तरह की हीनता ने उसे हमेशा लोगों से शोर से डराया है। पर उसने कोई पाप तो नहीं किया है। पिता को मारा है, अपने पिता को। वो बोल सकता है कि ये मेरा पिता है, मैं कुछ भी करूं, तुम्हारा क्या? पर फिर उसे अपना जवाब इतना कारगर नहीं लगा। मौत शायद जवाबों में अपना हल नहीं खोजना चाहती, पर जवाब मौत का हल निकालकर मौत के जीवन को निराधार बना देते हैं। वो फिर चलने लगा। उसका हर दिन किसी खास चमत्कार की तमन्ना और उसकी प्रतीक्षा में गुजरा था। उसे लगा उसके सारे एहसास और आशाएं, सारा जीवन इसी तरह रस्तों में भटकते रहे, हमेशा दुविधाग्रस्त, कभी किसी मंजिल तक नहीं पहुंच पाए। उसने हर बार हर चीज के साथ में आए अपने पिता के प्रतिबिंब को छिटक कर अपनी फरारियत से मिटा देना चाहा, पर उसकी फरारियत ने किसी असीम विकराल देव की तरह अपने आप को गंवा देने की हद तक तड़पा तड़पा कर खत्म करना चाहा था। पर पिता मरने से पहले तड़पा भी नहीं था। क्यों? मौत में तड़पना क्या जीवन की तड़प से अलग है? संसार में अगर कोई चीज है जिसे कोई एक बार प्राप्त करने के बाद गंवा नहीं सकता, तो वो केवल मौत है। तो क्या उसने पिता को मारकर खुद को मार डाला था? क्या अब हासिल करने के लिए उसके पास कोई भी ऐसी चीज नहीं बची थी जो उससे दोबारा छिन जाने वाली हो? वो घर की तरफ क्यों लौट रहा है? वो फिर ठिठक कर रुक गया। अब वहां क्या बाकी है? वो भाग जाए किसी दूसरे शहर, खुद को बचाए, अपनी पहचान को छुपाए, अपने ऊपर लगे अपने पिता के नाम और इल्जाम को मिटा दे। पर एक जैसी दीवारों के बीच में छुपकर रहने की आदत हमेशा उसे घर की ओर लौट आने के सिवा कुछ भी और नहीं करा सकी है। वो इस ख्याल से ही कराने लगा कि मरने के बाद भी पिता बड़ी शिद्दत के साथ उसके अंदर मौजूद था। उसने फिर अपनी हथेलियों को गौर से देखा, वहां अब भी कोई निशान नहीं था। एक समय आता है जब आप अपने असंभव सूरज को उठाकर अंधेरी गलियों में निकल पड़ते हैं, और अपने लिए छोड़े हुए निशानों को टटोलकर अपनी नजरों से देखने लगते हैं, और उस देखने के तमाम भय, शक और दायरे आपके अपने बन जाते हैं। वो चलते चलते बाहर गली के मोड़ पर खड़े नीम के पेड़ के पास रुक गया। यहाँ से उसका घर साफ दिखाई दे रहा था। कच्चा रास्ता आगे जाकर एक बड़े बंगले के पीछे छुप गया था। उस बंगले के पहले एक छोटा खपरेल मकान जैसे पहाड़ के आगे ऊंट की तरह रखा हुआ था। ऊंट भी शायद उससे बड़ा दिखाई देता हो। उस घर में कोई भी चहल पहल न देखकर वो सोच में पड़ गया। लगा किसी को अभी तक पता नहीं चला है कि कोई भी पड़ोसी लाश तक नहीं पहुंचा है, जबकि पड़ोसी झट लाशों तक पहुंच जाते हैं। उसने चल के कदम तेज किए। नींद में डूबा रास्ता करवट बदलकर जाग उठा। खामोश सड़क बारिश की बूंदों में चमकने लगी। लाश ठिकाने लगानी पड़ेगी, पर आज तक वो किस लाश को ठिकाने लगा सका है। घर के पास पहुंचते पहुंचते उसने अपने कदम धीमे किए। अचानक जाने की उसका हर कदम अपनी नफासत और तौल में लरजने लगा। हाथ जैसे बर्फ बनने लगे और पैर चलते फिरते फिरते पत्थर। घर जैसे किसी दहशत की तरह दिल दहलाती गीली शांति में खुद को समेटने की कोशिश में लगा था, सर्द और उदास शाम की तरह। दरवाजा खुला था। दरवाजा तो वो बंद करके निकला था। उसने सोचा, ये खुला दरवाजा फिर उसके लिए एक सवाल बन के खड़ा था, पर वो सवालों के जवाब ढूंढने से थक गया था। उसने चुपचाप घर की दहलीज में कदम रखा। वो बारिश में पूरी तरह भीग गया था। उसके कपड़े उसके शरीर पर गोंद की तरह चिपके हुए थे, और सर के बेतरतीब बालों से गिरकर पानी कानों के पीछे रेंगकर उसे राहत में बदलने के बजाय उसके दिमाग को एक जगह ठहरने से रोक रहा था। पूरा घर अंधेरे में डूबा हुआ था। जख्मों, पीड़ाओं और कुंठाओं से भरे घर में रोशनी के बैठने के लिए थोड़ी सी भी जगह नहीं थी। वो गीले कदमों की आहट के साथ आगे बढ़ा। बरामदा लांघ कर वो जैसे ही अंदर पहुंचा, फिर ठिठक कर रुक गया। उसे लगा जैसे वो अपने घर में दाखिल होते ही अजनबी बन गया हो। लगा सामने अंधेरे में साफ दिखाई देती अपनी हार के बाद भी उसे कोई संघर्ष अब भी जारी रखना है। उसने अंधेरे में रोशनी के लिए अपना हाथ इस तरह बढ़ाया जैसे वो ऐसा कुछ ढूंढने में लगा है जो उसे आज तक मिला ही नहीं। पर गीली उंगली किसी बटन पर पड़ने के बजाय स्विच के सुराख में निकली किसी तार के साथ टकरा गई। पर उंगली किसी बटन पर पड़ने की जगह स्विच के सुराख में निकली किसी तार के साथ टकरा गई। एक झटके से उसका बदन लहरा कर थरथराते उस ओर खींचने लगा। वो घबरा गया। एक जोर का झटका देकर उसने खुद को छुड़ाया। वो रग रग तक दहल गया। मौत आज क्यों बेदर्दी से उसके पीछे पड़ी है? उसने फिर मौत की हत्या करके एक खुद को बचाया था। संभल कर इस बार उसने जेब से लाइटर निकाल कर जलाया और बटन ऑन किया। घर एक क्षण में उसके आगे किसी निढाल आदमी की तरह अचानक जैसे प्रकट हो गया, बिल्कुल शांत, जैसे थक गया हो और हमेशा के लिए उसके आगे बैठ गया हो। हम कितने ही विरोधाभासी रास्तों से घूमकर आखिर वहीं पहुंचते हैं जहां से दरअसल हमने शुरुआत की थी। इसका मतलब क्या हमारी बुनियादी खोज एक है या हमारे बुनियादी दुख एक हैं? वो फिर से अपने पिता के चेहरे को दोबारा जोड़कर अंदर ही अंदर इकट्ठा करने लगा, जो दरअसल उसके अंदर से अभी तक गया ही नहीं था, जिसे उसने अभी कुछ समय पहले मार कर पूरा कर दिया था। वो सीधा पिता के कमरे की तरफ गया। असीम वीरानी और भयानक सन्नाटे के किसी आखिरी कोने में उसने अपने पिता को पलंग पर असहाय पाया। जैसे वो किसी गहरी नींद में हो। उसका चेहरा सूखा और खाली होते हुए भी राहत से भरा हुआ था, जैसे कोई पुरानी यादगार तस्वीर अपनी खुशी और हैरानी के साथ आपके सामने पड़ी हो। अपने पिता के चेहरे की इस राहत ने हमेशा उसे पीड़ा दी थी। क्या ये राहत उसके लिए अब स्थायी बनने वाली थी? उसने पलंग के पीछे देखा। पीछे कांच की अलमारियां रखी थी, जिसमें कितनी ही किताबें एक दूसरे के ऊपर रखी हुई थी। पिता साहित्य की दुनिया का एक असाधारण नाम था, एक गैर मामूली महान लेखक। पर इस संसार में जितना उसके पिता द्वारा लिखी किताबों का महत्व था, क्या उसका अपना था? उसने सोचा। उसे पिता की लाश के पीछे किताबों की शक्ल में पिता जैसी कई असहाय लाशें पड़ी नजर आईं। थोड़ी देर के लिए उसे लगा उसने अपने पिता को नहीं मारा है। बहुत समय पहले ही उसके पिता ने खुद को मार दिया था। जहनी चाहतों की न खत्म होने वाली जद्दोजहद जोड़ने के बजाय तोड़ने लगती है। उसका पिता बहुत पहले ही से उन टुकड़ों को समेटते समेटते थक कर कहीं गुम हो गया था। उस ज्ञान, विश्वास से भरा विवेक और जीवन से जुड़े सारे सरोकार केवल इश्तिहार बन गए थे। नहीं, उसने अपने पिता को नहीं मारा है। ये सोचकर उसका डर जो थोड़ा थोड़ा उभरने लगा था कम हो गया। उसे अचानक ठंड लगने लगी। उस गीले कपड़ों में गीला शरीर कांपने लगा। वो लाश को ऐसे ही छोड़ अपने कमरे में आया, बदन पोंछा, कपड़े बदले, करवट बदल, तकिया सर के नीचे से निकाल कर अपने चेहरे पे रखा और खुद को नींद में छुपा लिया। अचानक अपने कमरे के दरवाजे पर ठक ठक की आवाज से चौंक कर वो उठ बैठा। दरवाजे पे ठक ठक? कौन होगा? बाहर से तो कोई आ नहीं सकता। बाहर का दरवाजा तो वो बंद करके आया था और घर में अंदर केवल एक लाश और वो खुद थे। थोड़ी देर के लिए उसे कुछ समझ नहीं आया। कमरे में फैले अंधेरे में उसने मोबाइल टटोल कर टाइम देखा। रात के 11 बजे थे। कौन होगा? कहीं ये उसका वहम तो नहीं, कोई चोर या कोई और जो अचानक खुली हुई जगह से घुस आया हो और घर में लाश देखकर असहज होकर उसे बताना चाहता हो। पर ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? उसकी बेचैनी उसे और चिंता की नसों में धीरे धीरे धकेलने लगी। उसे लगा जब कोई पाप अपना सारा अंदरूनी काम करके ऊपर उभर आता है, तब कौन जानता है वो कौन सी तबाही की ओर ले जाने वाला होता है। वो कांपते कांपते उठा। उसी अवस्था में दरवाजे को सरसरी तौर से खोलकर चोर निगाहों से बाहर देखने लगा। बाहर कोई खड़े होकर उसकी तरफ देख रहा था। उसने गौर से देखा, बाहर दरवाजे के पास उसका पिता ही खड़ा था, बिल्कुल जीवित। अपने पूरे अस्तित्व के साथ उसकी आंखें सूजी हुई थीं और चेहरा भयानक तरह से उतरा हुआ था। उतरे हुए चेहरे पर कोई घना कोहरा फैला था, इतना खामोश जैसे किसी आदेश की लालसा में खड़ा हो। थोड़ी देर के लिए वो बदहवास आवासी के साथ अपने पिता की ओर देखता रहा। उसे लगा अचानक उसके पिता ने अपनी दाढ़ी में हाथ फेरते उसकी तरफ गहरी नजर से देखकर हल्का मुस्कुरा दिया है। सुनहरी किरणों का कोई लिबास पहने बेएहसास वहम की तरह कोई अस्पष्ट मुस्कान। उसका पूरा बदन कांप गया। उसने जोर से दरवाजा बंद करना चाहा पर पिता ने बंद करने नहीं दिया। उसने फिर जोर लगाया, पिता ने भी जोर लगाया। उसने अपनी जवानी की ताकत जोड़कर कांपते हाथों से अपने और ज्यादा जोर लगाया। दोनों बहुत देर तक अपनी ताकत और समझ के साथ अपनी अपनी तरफ से जोर लगाकर अपने मकसद की पूर्ति के लिए संघर्ष करने लगे। असीम न खत्म होने वाला संघर्ष, पर सफलता किसी एक को ही मिलने वाली थी। बड़ी मशक्कत के बाद यह दरवाजा बंद कर सका। उसके अंग शिथिल पड़ गए और शरीर पसीने से पिघलने लगा। अंधेरे में वो वहीं नीचे धरती पर बैठ गया। थोड़ी देर के लिए नसें इतनी तन गई कि सांस भी घबराहट में फड़फड़ाकर खांसने लगी। खांसते खांसते उसके मुंह से एक चीख निकल आई, विनाश होती दुनिया की आखिरी चीख की तरह। ये क्या हो गया? अचानक पिता जिंदा कैसे हो गया? क्या इतनी शिद्दत और ताकत के साथ मारने के बाद भी वो मरा नहीं था? क्या वो कभी मरा ही नहीं था? पर उसने तो पूरी कोशिश की थी। बड़ी होशियारी से गले की नसों को आखिरी कोने तक खींच कर ले गया था। उसे अपने पिता की मुस्कान याद आई। मतलब पिता अब उसे मारने आया था। बर्फ की तरह सर्द और सख्त आंखें अपनी मौत के एहसास मात्र की तपिश में आर्द्रता से भर आईं। वो जोर जोर से रोने लगा। पिता जीवित था और अब भले किसी भी कारण अपने पिता को उसकी हत्या करने का अधिकार मिल गया था। क्या ये वाकई उसका कोई वहम तो नहीं? उसकी की करवट ने उसके आंसू रोक दिए। क्या पता अंधेरे में उसने कुछ देखा ही ना हो और आधी नींद से उठने के कारण वो किसी खुमारी में हो और पिता के मरने का कोई ख्वाब अपने बैग के साथ मिलकर कोई ख्याली सूरत लेकर उसके सामने आया हो और उसे डरा गया हो सकता है। वो धीरे धीरे उठा, पलंग पर चढ़कर दीवार से टेक लगाकर दोनों घुटनों को आलिंगन में भरकर अंधेरे में कुछ देर शांत बैठा रहा। ठक ठक की आवाज और पूरी घटना उसके जहन में फिर से शिद्दत से उभर आई। उसे पक्का यकीन हो गया कि पिता जीवित हो गया है और फिर किसी पाप की तरह उसके अस्तित्व से चिपका हुआ है और हमेशा उसे आज भी उसके होने का शत्रु था। हमेशा आज भी उसके होने का शत्रु था। पर कब तक वो अपने पिता के प्रभाव और दहशत से खुद को बचा सकता था? कब तक? वो फिर हमला करेगा और हो सकता है इस बार वो सफल हो जाए। पर वो तो खुद पिता से ज्यादा शक्तिशाली है और अनुभव पर शक्ति ने हमेशा जीत हासिल की है। वो अकारण इतना खौफजदा है और परेशान है। वो फिर से प्रयास कर उसे मार वो खुद को बचा सकता है। पिता उसके लिए एक मौत था और खुद को बचाने के लिए एक बार फिर मौत की हत्या करना बहुत आवश्यक था। उसके अंदर जैसे जिन ने करवट बदली। सदमे, धिक्कार और डर के गुस्से ने उसे और बल दे दिया। वो उठा और दानव कदमों से धीरे धीरे दरवाजा खोलकर बाहर देखने लगा। बाहर कुछ भी नहीं था, शांत अंधेरा। वो चुपचाप हल्के कदमों से पिता के कमरे की तरफ बढ़ने लगा, जैसे अनजाने में कोई सुख के पल वहां छोड़ आया हो और उन पर किसी की भी नजर पड़ने से पहले चुपचाप वो पल वहां से चुरा लेना चाहता। दरवाजे के पास थोड़ी देर के लिए ठिठक कर उसने अंदर आवाज को सुनने की कोशिश की।
Sorry to interfere. It's
Okay.
25 minutes.
ठीक ठीक,
Can you?
थैंक यू। नहीं, ये सुनने में ही, ये सिर्फ अभी 3 पेज और
The concluding.
है। ओनली आई नीड 5 मिनट्स इफ यू आर ओके। मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ जितना जल्दी पढ़े, क्योंकि इसको पढ़ने में, धीरे से पढ़ने में इसका आनंद है। ठीक है। आसपास बिखरी चुप्पी पे कोई असर न पड़े। दरवाजा हल्का खोलकर जैसे ही उसने अंदर घुसना चाहा, पिता बिल्कुल सामने खड़ा था, बिल्कुल सामने। चेहरे पर एक सख्त फौजी शांति लिए उसकी आंखें अंधेरे में किसी गमजदा जुगनू की तरह चमक रही थी। उसने दरवाजा पूरा खोलकर अंदर घुसकर हमला करना चाहा, पर पिता शायद पहले ही समझ गया था। पिता ने दरवाजा पूरा खोलने नहीं दिया और दोनों में फिर वही जोर आजमाइश शुरू हो गई। वही संघर्ष अपनी पूरी ताकत और अनुभवों के साथ इस साथ शुरू हो गया। इस बार हाँफते हाँफते पिता जीत गया। दरवाजा जोर पड़ने के कारण कराहने की भयानक आवाज कर फिर से बंद हो गया। वो मौत को मार नहीं पाया। तेज कदमों से वापस अपने पलंग पर आया और दरवाजा बंद करके पलंग पर शांत बैठ गया। ये कैसा नया समय आया था जो अपने ही घर में अकेले कमरों में वो दोनों बिना किसी जुर्म के, बिना किसी पाप के, किसी अनजान डर के कारण कांप रहे थे। वो अपने से कांप रहे थे, या अपनों से कांप रहे थे, या अपने आप से, क्या कहा जा सकता था। जिस अपने घर में वो सालों से रहते आ रहे थे, अ, या कहा जाए रहने का प्रयास करते आ रहे थे, अब वही घर परिस्थितियों ने उठाकर किसी बोझ की तरह उनके जहन पर रख दिया था। रहने की हालत अब पहले ऐसी भयानक न थी। पहले उसूलों से भरी मजबूर रवायतों में भी मुलायम जज्बे, कुछ एहसास छुपे हुए थे, जहां अब उन भावनाओं में बहुत सी जगह डर ने घेर ली थी। दोनों उस दरवाजे के पास खड़े थे जिसके उस पार कोई रास्ता नहीं था भी तो अंधेरे में दिखाई नहीं दे रहा था। करवटें बदल बदल कर जागते जंजीरों की कड़ियों के साथ एक दूसरे से बंधे धीरे धीरे भूतों की तरह कमरे के दायरे में अपनी परछाइयों को छुपाने का भरसक प्रयास करते सारी रात कितने ही वहम मन को कचोटते रहे। सीने में कुछ कांटेदार झाड़ियां उभरती रहीं और जीने की चालाकियां और चालाकियों से डरने का नाटक, बेतरतीब दायरे और दायरों को असंभव फैंटेसी। उन दोनों के पास एक दूसरे की तरफ वापस न लौटने के कुछ इत्तेफाक, कुछ कारण थे। अगर आपके साथ बीते हुए कुछ इत्तेफाक कारण बनकर किसी और को प्रभावित कर सकते हैं, तो आप इस संसार में अपने मकसद में कामयाब हैं। पर अपनी तरफ, अपनों की तरफ लौटने का कोई मौसम तो होगा। इस टप टप करती बारिश की नरम, गीली और सौंधी धरती की महकते एहसासों में हर वो चीज जो इंसान को सुख का एहसास कराती है, वो दरअसल और कुछ नहीं, उसके अंदर परिवर्तन की शदीद बदगुमान चाहत है। जो है उसको मार कर बदलने की चाहत। इंसानी मन हमेशा अपने से लड़ता रहता है। इसी प्रयास में जीवन के सारे समझौते बहानों में बदलता जाता है। उसे लगा पिता जैसे एक विशाल पहाड़ है जिस पर चढ़कर विजय प्राप्त करने के अलावा भी और कुछ हो सकता है। इस बार पिता के ठक ठक करने पर जैसे कोई डर नहीं लगा। लगा जैसे उसने बेकार का सोचना भी छोड़ दिया है। उसने चुपचाप दरवाजा खोला, बिना किसी घबराहट के, बिना किसी हिजाब और जोर आजमाइश। सामने पिता खड़ा था। राहत भरे चेहरे की विशालता में उसकी बेजान काली आंखें उतरते सूरज की तरह उभर कर लाल हो गई थीं। बहुत देर तक बुत बनकर दोनों एक दूसरे के सामने खड़े रहकर अपनी परछाइयों के डर से जीते बेपनाह संघर्ष के बाद शायद वो दोनों एक दूसरे का आईना बनकर अपने आप को ही देख रहे थे। जैसे जिंदगी में होने वाली किसी पहली घटना की तरह, जैसे जीवन में पहली बार आने वाली मौत के बेजोड़ स्वाद की तरह। पिता ने कुछ नहीं कहा, बस उसका हाथ पकड़ा और बाहर ले आया और आकर हाल में रखे पुराने सोफे पे उसे चुपचाप बिठा दिया। इसने भी कोई एतराज नहीं किया। अचानक पिता खांसने लगा। उसे याद आया कि इस बीच भी वो कई बार इस तरह खांसा है। पिता वाश बेसिन तक जाकर बहुत देर तक अपने सीने का बोझ हल्का करता रहा। उसे याद आया थोड़ी बढ़ने से पिता की सांस भरने लगती है और सीना भारी हो जाता। वो बेआवाज होकर पिता की ओर देखता रहा। पिता ने खुद को पूरी तरह खाली किया, बिना किसी शब्दों के या उन शब्दों के बीच की छूटी खाली जगह से। फिर चुपचाप अंदर गया और अंदर से एक दोयम दर्जे वाली शराब की बोतल 2 गिलासों के साथ ले आया। उसे याद आया कि पिता लगभग रोज रात को आबिदा परवीन के गीत चलाकर धीरे धीरे शराब की चुस्कियां लेते पता नहीं किस दुनिया में गुम हो जाता था। पिता ने चुपचाप 2 गिलास बनाए और एक उसकी तरफ बढ़ाया। उसने शराब तो बहुत बार पी थी, पर पिता के साथ कभी नहीं। वो आश्चर्य से पिता की ओर देखने लगा। पिता की बेबाकी ने उसे कुछ हैरत में डाल दिया था। पिता का चेहरा पहले जैसा ही खामोश था, रात से भरा हुआ, पर आंखें जैसे गिलास लेने के लिए बेसब्र आग्रह कर रही थी। उसने हिचकते गिलास लिया। पिता अपना गिलास हाथ में लेकर फिर रुक गया। उससे पहले पीने के लिए इशारा किया। यूं कि लगभग दोनों ने एक साथ पीना शुरू किया और एक बार में गिलास खाली कर दिया। शराब में जरूर कोई निकटता का सुख छुपा हुआ था। अपनों के साथ अपनी तरफ लौटने का कोई मौसम छुपा हुआ था, जिसे दोनों मिलकर महसूस करने लगे। से खुद को किसी के हवाले कर गंवा देना भी कोई सुख लाता होगा। समय ने रुकने का ढोंग करना छोड़ दिया। मन को लुभाती शांत खामोशी में एक परिपक्व आवाज फुसफुसाहट की तरह कानों तक पड़ने लगी। आवाज थकी हुई जरूर थी, पर शब्दों को अपने पूरे अर्थों के साथ सहेज कर अपनी गरिमा से बाहर आ रही थी। तुम्हारे विषैले स्पर्श ने मुझे जैसे जीवन बख्शा है। मैं इस दवा के लिए सदियों से बीमार था। कुछ चीजें अपनी तलाश में केवल प्रतीकात्मक ही अच्छी लगती हैं। मैंने आज तक जो कुछ भी किया है, उसका दर्द केवल मेरे अपने अस्तित्व का हिस्सा है। कोई दूसरा इस चादर को ओढ़ेगा तो दूसरा ही लगेगा। बस इतना जान लो कि मेरे काम ने अपनी गरिमा का विनाश नहीं किया है। थोड़ी देर के लिए रुककर पिता ने अपना चश्मा आंखों से उतारकर शर्ट के कोने से साफ करने लगा। उसके चेहरे पर लकीरों की शक्ल में कितनी ही दरारें उभरी हुई थी, थकी हुई पर राहत से भरी। तुमने अपने हाथ देखे हैं? पिता ने चश्मा पहनते अपनी आंखें ऊपर उठाई। इसने अचानक अपनी हथेलियों की ओर देखा, जिनको वो कल से जाने कितनी बार देख चुका था। वो देख के हैरत में पड़ गया। उसके हाथ बिल्कुल लाल हो गए थे, सुर्ख खून से भरे हुए। वो घबरा कर अपने हाथों को अपनी शर्ट से पोंछकर साफ करने लगा। नहीं नहीं, इन्हें मिटाओ मत। कुछ निशान खजाने की तरह होते हैं, उन्हें हमेशा संभाल कर रखना चाहिए। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Ram Kumar Mukhopadhyay, Sumitra Dharam Singh Basave, Nabakumar Nangme Kapan, and Kailas Sadaf for their wonderful stories. And it's a great opportunity for us to know only a small part of our country. They're coming from different areas. So this land of diversity and this vast country, this Rashtra, we have two way we can see our state from a macro level, total identity, and the micro level, very it's about, I think our Bengali friends present here, they know this song, Ohimot Nil Nobhot, Tumi Ek Bindu Ananta, and the unlimited sky. You are a Bindu, but that Bindu is Ananta. So this expression of a darshan, understanding about life, in a few words, it's who can write this kind of composition? They are really great. I am a novelist, but I have tried a few short stories, but I find it very difficult because in the novel, we have a bigger canvas, we have more spaces to draw life or whatever we want to say. But in a short story, in a bindu, we have to create, or we have to put into the bindu, the ananta. So this is really very difficult. And whenever I listen to this kind of story, or I read this kind of story, I think I cannot write like this. I cannot put in a bindu so many things. So when man becomes Kathak, when in this land of storytellers, when it is a simple mouth, it does not carry anything about the physical, only the physical reality. But that when that mouth start telling a story, one can find the Brahmanda inside a small mouth. The short stories like that. So the people present here, the authors, they are all great authors. I'm not the right person to give an expert comment on their creations. But what I understand about a short story or and this multilingual, multicultural identity of India, if every corner, every piece of land of this great country has its own story to tell, its own emotion, its own history, it's so varied. And we can find that variety in these stories. But somewhere in this variety, we can find there's a thread of some basic truth which binds the entire Indian identity. So this thread, sometimes we can find in her story. It is about called dye and wits. So we can, I think my friend from Manipur or all others, they also in their own states, in their own villages, I think they have the experience of this kind of witch, like we in Assam we say it witch hunting. When there's a child death, when what something happening wrong, then someone is identified as a witch, and always has been he or she or the entire family been killed by the villagers. But behind that, there are some other reasons like land, like money, property, power, so many issues are behind that. Like the Bengali story, Mr. Mukhopadhyay, Honorable Mukhopadhyay, sir, it is about Purulia. The Purulia is famous for its natural beauty. Purulia is famous for for us, the outsiders. We know that Purulia has a very sometimes Purulia can be very aggressive. And we can find in the story that sparks or the fires and very so ordinary people, the power to question, the strength to look up or the straight and face to face to the powerful. So it see we need much time to analyze or go into depth to analyze the stories. and about again Manipur. We all know what is happening there. But being the neighbor of Manipur, we have seen that the contradictions, the confusions, the pain, the conflict, it is unique for Manipur. The conflict, suppose in Purulia, its nature is different. Every corner, every part of the states, all these different kinds of pains, different kinds of expectations or understanding about life, or understanding about the words like happiness, like unity, or jatiyatta, whatever, all, it is very difficult to, at the same time, you can see our entire country, this multilingual country. So this multilingual country has some unique values shared by everybody or every community, every language. That is the softness, that is the empathy, that is the love for their own soil, respect to their motherland, and all these eternal values. And the quest and the psychological complexity of human being, human characters. We could find in a story of, I just forgot his name, sir. So he dealt with his mental condition in a complicated situation. So in Indian short story, I think it is very rich. Indian Assamese short story also very rich. So short stories, the authors have dealt with many subjects. They have experimental stories. They have experimented with different subjects. And at the same time, we can feel if we read the story, sometimes it is very subtle. Sometimes it is very strong. Sometimes it is very very rough expression of their own issues, own crisis, own conflicts, own aspirations, or the things related to their unique identity. And this multilingual short story reading sessions will definitely contribute to creating somewhere the connections or the making the bonding more stronger. And again, I want to thank our authors, the audience for your patience hearing. But we have 5 minutes time. So now the floor is open for questions. If anybody want to ask some, so you can go for that. Thank you.
Well, I don't think there are any questions, so we will conclude this session. I'd like to thank Srimati Rita Chowdhury. Shri Ramkumar Mukhopadhyay, Shri Kailash Shada, Shri Nabakumar Nongmaik Kappa, and Srimati Sumitra Dharm Singh Vasave. We would also take this opportunity to take a picture for the archive. So I request our panelists to come forth on the dais, please. नहीं बस नहीं